example, this is a simple login demonstration. So this is our user. Our user wants to log in. Let's call her, I don't know, Amanda. So Amanda is really ready to log into the application. She's ready. So she clicks on that login button, just like I've done, right? So what happens is the UI will dispatch an event, right? So the UI will take in that click that she's done. Tiny Ann's going to click on that login button. She clicks on that, boom. It takes that interaction that she's done and it sends the signal to the business logic, the BLoC basically. So it sends it to the BLoC still inside a representation layer, right? And the BLoC will, which remember that the BLoC depends on the use cases, right? So the BLoC, which depends on the use cases, will handle or call the use case function, the related use case to that functionality. So Amanda has clicked on login. In the BLoC, we will have a function or a method that handles login functionality. And similarly, we will have a use case that handles the login functionality, right? So the BLoC, right, will go into its function that handles the login functionality. In there, it will call the use case that handles the login functionality and pass in the required information to that use case, and then let the use case carry out its work. The use case in this case, which is also carrying out its own sort of business logic, will take that request and send it over, hand it over to the next layer. So now we're exiting our layer, right? We're exiting the domain layer and the presentation layer, and we're moving into the data layer basically. So depending on the contract of the repository that we've defined in the domain layer, the use case, the related use case, in this case the login use case, will simply take whatever data, hand it over to the data layer. Now we're moving out from the domain layer and now we're in the data layer, right? It hands it over to the repository in the data layer. The repository will simply take it and make a call to the data source and say, hey, data source, right? They're trying to log in and they've given me these bits of information, right? And this is the contracts that they define on how to talk to us, and they've done it correctly. So now let's move on from me, and hand it over to you. Hand it over to the data source. Data source plugs into the server, right? Look at our little data source sat on the server, plugging into the cloud, or wherever we need. It can plug into your local files or whatever we need, right? It will fetch that data from them, and then it will bring it back. So now we're done. The server, the data source has spoken to the server, right? And the server has said, Rav, I don't have your data, right? You're on your own. I don't know what you're talking about. So there's the response. It can be a successful response. It could be a bad response. It doesn't matter. The server responds either way, or it could be silence because you don't have data. You've run out of Wi-Fi. I don't know what reason. But you can continue since we've received it. So the data source will take that data and start passing it back down to the layer. So you can see we have the repository. It's passed it down to repository, right? The repository was also the last bit before we got to the data source. The repository passes it back to the use cases and so forth. So we'll get the information back to the user. So we hand it over to the use cases. Use cases hands it over to the BLoC, and the BLoC will simply take it and give it to the user. 504, 505 server error. Horror. ChatGPT is no longer working. What are we going to tell our boss? We're going to call in sick because ChatGPT can't help us write our code anymore because there's a 505 error, and this is how the clean architecture will work along the line. So, yeah, that's it. And we come back and do the same thing for every other functionality, right? So that's it. That's it, lads. Now let's go into building out the actual application. Boom. Now, here comes the problem. So let's go ahead and try testing the way we normally test for remote data sources. Let's go ahead and try not only for remote data sources, for data sources in general. Let's go ahead and try and test our auth remote data source. So in order to do that, we have to create the dependencies, mock versions of the dependencies. What are the dependencies of our class? We can see we have the Firebase auth, Firebase Firestore, and Firebase storage. we could go ahead and try to mock them. And go Firebase storage extends mock implement Firebase storage. Sorry, this would be mock Firebase storage. This would be mock tail. And you, my friend, would come from Firebase storage. And I could go ahead and do that and do the rest of them, right? And then pass them into your actual remote data source and expect that your remote data source would do something with it. Now, there comes a problem, because remember how generally Firebase works. When for example, we're writing a test to test if we can create a user, sign up user. When we do write such a test, let's go ahead and do this. Let's just do that, yeah. So instead of just speaking about it, so you can understand, mock Firebase auth, then mock implement Firebase auth. You don't have to write this with me, because this is just from a demonstration. Because when we're actually not going to do it this way does not work. Firebase Firestore sends mock implement Firebase Firestore, and then we can go ahead and start our entry point void main, yeah, and we can go and do delete Firebase storage. Let me just copy this over because I'm feeling so lazy. Copy this, paste it here, replace every late with a final. Sorry, replace every final with a late, and remove the underscores. And then finally we have the late auth remote data source, and that would be our data source. And we can set up, and when we set up, we can start with the auth client. It will be equal to the mock Firebase auth. We have the cloud store client, which will be equal to the mock Firebase Firestore client. We have finally the DB client, which will be equal to mock Firebase storage, and then our data source will be equal to an auth remote data source implementation with these three as its dependencies injected. So we've successfully injected the dependencies. Let's go ahead and start the test. So let's go and test from sign in. So group sign in. So now you might think, okay, this is going to work here. So test, let's go and do the first test. So should complete successfully when called to the server is successful. Close up that test, add an async. Now, over here, how do we normally do this? Yeah, we would arrange by stubbing the response. So when the dependency, in this case, the dependency would be the what do we use for sign in? It would be the auth, Firebase auth. So because when we actually act, we act by calling the data source dot sign in. And when we do that, the data source dot sign in would actually use the auth client dot sign in with email and password. So we can go ahead and say that when the auth client dot sign in with email and password gets called with any email and any password, and we can make them named passwords. And over here we can also have named email, comma, and then dot then answer. We want it to answer with an invocation that we're never going to use with async. What is it going to answer with? It's going to answer with a future dot value because it will complete not. It will complete with a void return. Oh my, it's ugly. Okay. What happened to my password? It should be any named password. Yes. So we can cut this off, save this bit. Should be called future value shouldn't be called with a null argument for the non-nullable type user credential. So you can see. So actually, when the sign in with email and password completes successfully, actually does not return us nothing. Now we want our function to complete without returning anything because we want sign in to be no we were signing in rather sorry. So signing in should return us something like what does sign in return us? It returns us a local user model. However, the auth client itself returns us a user, and what type of user is this? It returns us a Firebase user. No, it returns a result rather, and the result is a user credential. So when we're mocking that, we would have to go ahead and create a user credential. Now, how would you create a user credential? You might think we'd go this way, yeah. Now in here you can see the class user credential does not have an unnamed constructor, so you have to go ahead and try and put a named constructor, but there's nothing. As you can see, there's nothing there. So when you try to import, there's nothing. You can't create your own user credential. Firebase does not expose the user credential for our own use. Let's go ahead and try that again. It doesn't work. It simply does not work. So how would you then mock the value that you're returning? There's nothing to mock. So you'd actually have to go back up there, go back at the top and try to create your own mock user credential. So you might do something like class mock user credential extends mock implements user credential from Firebase or whatever. Now when you do that, you can go ahead and create a user credential down here and maybe lit creds user credential creds. Let me just call that user credential so it doesn't freak out on me. User credential will be a mock user credential. Now that would work, right? So you can say just return me a user credential. However, after you do that, let me close this up. So you can see that we've done this, right? It returns us a let me even go ahead and remove the future value because we no longer need that. It can just return us a future user credential. After we do that, we can go ahead and say that the final result, now we're acting. Let me act. So you can say final result will be equal to await data source dot sign in with the email that's email and the password that's password. Now, what do you expect? We can expect that the result equals local user model, where its email and its password will be, I don't know, where maybe the email or something. So you can see that over here, after we've done this, we can no longer proceed because we don't know what the UID is, we don't know what the point is, we don't know what the full name and everything is, right? So if we're mocking a sign-in or if we're testing for the sign-in part, we no longer have access to these things because we don't know. So you could actually trick this and go around it by saying that result, which is a user a going to be a local user model dot email should actually be equal to the email, this email. So let's go ahead. This should work, right? Let's go ahead and run the test. Let's see. That's taking a bit of time. Hold on, Fred. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, that's taking too much time. So we can see here what's happened. It says, please try again later. Unknown error. Boop, bop, something's happened, right? So why? Because the user is null. What are we doing if user is equal to null? So yes, so after it tries to sign in with the email and password that we've given to it, it gets the user credential that we've given over there, and then it finds out that the user is actually null, right? So the user, or is it? So this user credential dot user is null, right? Because we haven't created any user. You might try to come into the mock user credential and say maybe user will be user, create a mock user, but that wouldn't work. You'd actually have to go ahead and create another mock user, right? Class mock user extends mock implements user from the Firebase user, and maybe you could go ahead and create a string UID, make it to be equal to the test UID maybe, and just giving it a test UID. And you can go ahead and override string get UID. This actually lives inside of the user class. If you go and take a peek into the user class, you can see this. So now we create a private attribute, the UID, and then we create a getter for it, right? So the mock user's UID will be that. However, if we go ahead inside and do that, how then do we put that in here? We can't. So we would have to actually modify the user credential mock that we've created. So we would actually have to go ahead and say mock user credential. In its constructor, it takes the user credential actually has the the auth and the delegate in its constructor. So when we go ahead, oh my, that's a lot. That's a lot of overrides. That's a lot of people overriding it. So we can go ahead and try to fake this or pass in the user into this person, into this user credential, into this mock user credential that we've created. So let's go ahead and do our own thing, right? So let's take a user and we can say user, and you can then set final user, or let's not make it final because we want to be able to change the user. So user, okay, and we can go ahead and override its original user get user, okay. Now it would get us this user. Now let's go ahead and initialize this user. It will be equal to the user that we've taken from the constructor. What is your problem? And be made final. I don't want to make a final. Leave me alone. Yeah, whatever. Let's go ahead and make them final. So now that we've done this, how this still doesn't set a user for us. So we'd have to try and set the user or try and set whatever, right? So we could go ahead and add a setter. Let's go ahead and add a setter. So set user, and it will be user value. Let's just make a value. And normally when you're creating a setter, you have to make sure that the previous value is not equal to the new value. If it's not, we can set the user to be equal to the new value, right? Yeah, so no need to make it final. And then back down in our where we initialize everything after setting the mock user credential, we can go ahead and pass in that user. So let's create a user. No, let's create a user separately. So final mock user will be equal to mock user. Yeah. And we can simply pass in that user in here. Mock user. So now it's got a mock user. Now after it signs in, we give it that user credential with that mock user that we've created. Let's go ahead and run this test again. And we can see we've got another problem. Server exception type null is not a subtype of collection reference. So this is actually what you're gonna have to go through a lot. So this is because when we're done signing in, we try to get the user's data from the Cloudflare store, and we haven't saved anything to Cloudflare store yet. So now when you're signing in, the sign in function is actually trying to go and access the Cloud Store client .collection at users.doc, and it doesn't find anything at all. So now what exactly you're going to do in this case? How do you make your function go ahead and create something for the Cloudflare store or something? So you could maybe go ahead and call sign up first. Maybe go ahead and do data source dot sign up, because then it will save it to the Cloudflare store. So let's go ahead and do that. Boom, boom. So we'll wait for this to complete. Right, so this is completed. Let's go ahead and run this again. And the test has failed once more. So this time, what's the problem? Type null is not a subtype of type future user credential. When we click on, let's see, where should we go to? It takes us to the same create user with email and password. So we can go ahead and also mock the sign up again. So for that, we would also have to create another stub over here and say that when the um, auth client dot create user with email and password, email, password, and return the user credentials. So you can see that we would have to do a ton of setup by ourselves in order to get this to work. We would have to literally mock everything, right? We have to, even the tiny bits and the tiny details, and it doesn't end there actually. It doesn't end with the mock credential and the user. You'd also fall into issues when you're trying to check if it returns the right user, because then the UID that you've put here is a test UID. However, when it saves it to the Cloudflare store, it saves it with the UID of the Cloudflare store document. Right, so how do you match the store document that was saved when we signed up, when we called auth data source.signup? How do you match that to be the same as the UID that will be in your mock user? When you're basically expecting that your user that was returned will be the same as the other user, then you have issues basically. So this is a lot. So for that reason, the good Flutter or Dart community, Firebase Flutter community generally, just went ahead and made a package for testing particularly. So mock packages. So they've gone ahead and mocked everything we need to mock under the hood in order to make this work. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of those packages and how they work. Now we can see over here we've got three packages. We've got the Firebase storage mocks, we've got the fake Cloudflare store, and we've got the Firebase Auth mocks. Let me go ahead and thumb these up because they deserve it. They've saved us all trouble. So you can see the tedious setup. So listen, they've actually gone ahead and done all of the tedious setup for us, but even after that, imagine what we have to do in order to actually create a real mock version of the Firebase Auth. This is what we have to do. We even have to mock the Google sign-in because this is how it works behind the scenes. This is how Firebase testing, Firebase authentication works behind the scenes. It goes through Google authentication and all that stuff, right? So in order to even mock a proper Firebase auth, we would have had to create mock versions of even the Google authentication providers. So we have one for Cloudflare Store as well. It provides us with everything we need to test a Cloudflare Store. We have one for Firebase storage, and it provides us with everything we also need in order to mock it, to mock a Firebase storage and return the proper stuff. So for example, if we were mocking a case where we stored the user's image to the Firebase storage, how then, when you're testing, would you know if it really got stored? Maybe you do storage.fetch and you try to fetch the particular image that you just uploaded, but then you don't know its download URL because you actually don't have access to it, because all that happens inside of the actual function, and in your test you don't have access to the local variables inside of your function. You only have access to the things that you provide to your function, to your mock versions. So these things make it a lot easier for us to do and for us to use. So we're going to go ahead and import or install these things inside inside our project. You can also see that mocks for Firebase authentication suggests that we use this package with Google sign-in mocks in order to write unit tests. So, which we're doing, so we're actually just going to copy these over. I'm going to copy these. Let me go ahead and put them side by side. Put you here. And put you here. So let's go to the terminal, letter O, and Flutter hub, and we paste this one. Give a space, copy the next one, paste it, copy you, paste it, copy you, and paste it. But remember, we want to do this as a developer. So we want to do this under dev dependencies, so D rather. And after that, we want and Flutter hub get. So let's wait for that to complete. And while we wait for that to complete, let's go ahead and copy the setup for the Firebase authentication mock. So this is how we mock a Firebase auth. So let's go ahead and copy this and go back full screen in our file. So in the remote data source test, we can go ahead and delete this entire thing because we don't need it. Now void main, we can go ahead and paste what we've got, and then after, wow, we're importing this here, really. After we do that, we can then just wait for this to complete, and when that completes, we can import these properly and expect our code will work. So after that's done, we've got void main. What's happened? Oh, I actually put this in the void main again. Yes, so this is done. Let's go ahead and import the Google Auth provider, and it doesn't want to import. Yes, so that's from that person. We should put this in a setup in order to be able to use async, because it's bad practice to actually make your test, your entry point in the test asynchronous. I've had bad experiences with that where my tests wouldn't even run because of that. But back then I was still using Mockito rather. So I don't know if that had anything to do with the package or not. So let's go ahead and put these in setup. Make the setup async. Now where I'm going to modify this for our own use, because we want to use these across the entire application. So for that reason, mock sign in, delete this. So for that reason, we're actually going to save them at the top. So first of all, we have the fake Firebase store, Firebase Fire Store. That's the fake version of it. That will be our cloud store client. Fake Firebase Fire Store storage, cloud Fire Store. Yes, and we have a lit. That the Firebase auth is actually mock Firebase auth from the package. That will be our auth client. We have the database client, which will be lit mock Firebase storage database client, and then finally we have the lit auth remote data source data source. Then finally, the first thing we actually want to do is create these things. So which we've already copied over, but we haven't done one for the Firestore. So let's go ahead and say that the Cloud Store client will be equal to fake Firebase Firestore. Then we have the final Google sign-in, which will be a mock version of the Google sign-in that we've already got. Now the sign-in account can be capital. So we've got as well the sign-in account. No, give me a bit. Let me change this. Then with the sign-in account, we've got some issues. So it's Google sign-in account. I think the documentation is a little bit outdated. So sign-in account, sign-in account. Yeah, so this will actually do this. And what's the problem here? It's nullable. So we can do that. And for get credential, I don't think Google provider still has a get credential. It's rather credential. So it gets us a credential for that. Now after that, we can do the sign in. So you can see what it does here. It creates all these credentials, and it also creates this fake user. Yeah, some UID with is anonymous false, which is a default argument. So the default value of is anonymous is false. When we check here, we can see is anonymous is false by default. We can delete this. Oh my, oh my. We can delete this bit. Then what else is there? What else is here? Display name is valid, everything is valid. And finally, why don't we just initialize the auth client with this part? So the auth client will become equal to the mock Firebase with the mock user being the user. So you see this was similar to what we did before. When we mocked our Firebase auth, we actually passed it, we actually had to pass it a credential, and then in the credential we had to pass it the user. So this is basically the same thing that we've done, but they've done it implicitly so that we don't have to worry about it. So finally, the final result will be equal to the auth client because we've changed this to the auth client, but sign in with credential. So what they're doing is they're signing in a user with this credential in order for us to have access to a user. So whenever in our tests we're actually writing the test and we're trying to do the auth client or user or inside of our remote data source, because at some point in some of our tests, when we come in there, we actually check. For example, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This is for the sign up. This is different. So yeah, so you can see for most of them, for example, for this one, it does auth client current user. At this point, we haven't in the test, we haven't, if we haven't created a fake user and signed that user up, then the functionality, like for example, update email and stuff wouldn't work for it. So we can go ahead and save this final user. Don't know why they've put final user here again, but let's leave it that way. Let's change this to rather mock user. So and then this can be final user. It doesn't need an await. A storage. Let's go ahead and create the storage. Storage will be equal to mock Firebase storage. DB client rather will be mock Firebase client. So that's the setup done. Finally, we can do for the data source, which will be equal to the auth remote data, the implementation of it, and we can pass in these three musketeers. We pass them in, and that's it. Let's go ahead and create and start the testing. So for the test, we're actually going to be using the username, password, full name a lot. So let's go ahead and just create fake versions of them at the top. So constant t password will be test password. Constant t full name will be equal to test full name. Constant t email test email. Let's make that an actual email. Test email at mail.org. What else have we got? I think that's it. So let's go ahead and start. So the way that we're going to test will actually change. The way that we're testing will differ. So normally we do something like test and see if there's success, and then we mock or we stub the success, the response. We hijack the response of the dependency, and then we check and make sure that expects that the result that we get from calling the function actually resembles what we've stubbed, what we forced the dependency to return. So, but in this case, it's going to be different because what's happening here is this is basically creating a test sandbox environment for us. So you can imagine that these things are your actual Firebase authentication. So what is happening here is that it will create an actual fake Firebase account for us and create everything like a bucket and everything where it will store stuff, right? So we can actually mock, right? We can mock and then expect to find the same thing in the Firestore when we check in the Firestore. So we can actually do something like act. In our action, we can do the data source dot sign up. Now, after doing that, we can actually check, and we can check the auth client dot current user and check and see that the current user will actually have an email that's equal to the email that we've passed here, and the password and the display photo will be everything will be the same. So we also can find the same case in the Firestores as well. So we can call a function from the remote data source that uses the Firestore, for example, sign up, and we can find later on in the test that we can still use the Cloud Firestore and query the Cloud Firestore and get the result that we're searching for from the Cloud Firestore. So this is how this changes how we do this. So we can no longer stop because we can no longer have access to the mock versions. So these mock versions aren't created from Mocktail. We haven't used Mocktail. So when you don't use Mocktail, then you can't stop them. So the only way that we can do these will be to actually pretend that we're writing a real case and then test or assert on top of those functionalities. This might sound confusing, but let's go ahead and implement it so you can understand better what I'm talking about. So let's start off. So first things first, let's test the sign up. So this is for sign up, yeah. Now for sign up, we can go ahead and say async, yeah, and we can await data source. Don't write these tests with me. We haven't started the proper testing yet. So, but if you want to, you can write them. But you can still find them in the source code related to each section. So you don't have to write them yourself because we're actually going to clean all of these out and write the proper test. This isn't how the proper test will be. I'm just trying to show you how it works. So we have to await for the data source.signup. Now there's nothing to arrange because it's already arranged everything. We've already arranged everything in the setups. So we can use the T email, T full name, and the T password. Yeah. Now, after we act, we start doing what we start asserting. So what are we going to assert? We have to expect that the user was created in the Firestore and the auth client also has this user. So now we can expect, yeah, that the auth client dot current user is not null. So the current user is not null after we call this sign up, because in here it's receiving an auth client which we've also injected through the test by creating that fake auth client. And in the sign up, in the sign in rather, or the sign up, I think we're doing sign up. So in the sign up rather, when we call that auth client or create user with email and password, it will actually create a fake user with a given email and password. So then we can actually go ahead and check to see that the user auth client, it will register that to the auth client, current auth client, global auth client, and register the current user with the specified email and password and specify everything for it. So we can go ahead and expect that the auth client dot current user dot display name will be the T4 name. Yeah. So this is what we're essentially saying. We're saying you sign up with these things. Now, after signing up, we're going to test the global auth client, which is this one. Where is it? This. We're going to access this and try to see if the actual current user will get changed in the actual application whenever we do the sign up. So we can run this test and we can see that it will pass. Let me go ahead and run the entire test. So that passes, then, but that's not all. Now remember, we're checking to see that the user was created in the Firestore and the auth client also has this user. Now we verify that the auth client has the same user every time we complete the sign up. Now how about the Firestore? So implicitly, the sign up actually goes ahead and calls the sign up. Where is it? It goes ahead and calls the set user data, which goes into the Cloud Firestore client that we've provided, we've injected into the class, into the unit, and it will add a document given these details. So we can go ahead and try that. Let's go see in our test. Let's go ahead. So we've called this and we've waited for it to complete. So we can assume that it's actually tried to save something to the Cloud Firestore. So we can go ahead and try and see if it actually saved that. How are we going to do that? Let's go ahead and query the Firestore. We can await cloud store client dot collection. What collection did it save it to? It saves it to the users dot doc, and we have auth client dot current user, the document of the current user dot uid dot get, and we can expect that the user document exists is true. So we can expect that the user document exists is true. So the value of this will be true. So this is what we're expecting. So let's go ahead and run the test one more time and we can see that it will pass. Yes, so the sign up is still passing. So now we can't check for errors or test for when an error occurs. I mean, we could do that. No, we actually can't do that. Don't mind me. We actually can't do that. Because what are you going to do to fake an error? You don't have access to you don't have the ability to take over or hijack whatever the dependency is returning because we didn't create the mock dependency ourselves. Someone else created it and made a package for it. So let's go ahead and leave this sign up the way it is. Now for the sign in, it would be similar. Sign in even we could actually never mind, that would be longer. I was actually thinking about creating a user from that. Yeah. So you can see that over here, the set user data actually creates a local user. I was thinking about creating the same local user and then fetching, actually converting whatever we get from the document into an actual user and checking if they were equal. So that would actually take a lot more space. But you can do that if you wanted extra scrutiny. So we can go ahead and sign in and await data source sign in with email that how do we even want this test to work? So we call sign in and we give it an email and password. Now when we do that, we're expecting that the general auth client's email and password would actually change and reflect the email and password that we've just signed in with. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can sign in with new email at mail.com and password will be tpassword. Now, when we do that, we actually want to expect that the auth client dot current user is not null. Also, we actually want to expect that the auth client dot current user dot email is equal to new email at mail.com. You can go ahead and wrap this with equals if you want to, equals blah blah blah, whatever. But I'm just going to leave it this way. Now, you can go ahead and try and run this, and we can see that it will fail. It should fail. Yeah, why? Why does it fail? Let's wait for the error message to pop up so you can understand why it's failing. So you can see we're expecting that the new email, this is what we're expecting, but this is the actual. Yeah, so the actual is actually still bob at some domain.com. Why? Because bob at some domain.com is over here, meaning that our sign in isn't working. So when we sign in, it's not changing the current user. Yeah, so why is it not changing the current user? Because when we go into the sign in, where is the sign in? We can see that what it does is it signs in with email and password. Now after it does that, it will get the user credential from the result from the sign in with email and password. After it does that, it will store that to a new user. Take that user. If user is not null, it will throw an error. If user is equal to null, it will throw an error. If user is not null, it will rather go ahead and get the user's data from the Firestore client. And then if the user data exists, it will go ahead and do the rest of them. It just goes on and on and on and on. But then our test is failing. At what part is it failing at? It's failing right here where we're testing where we're expecting that the current email is equal to new email, meaning that it doesn't actually affect current user. Something is wrong there. So what exactly is causing this issue? Now the truth of the matter is that the sign in is actually failing because when it tries to sign in with these credentials, it will check through the fake authentication client that it's created. It won't find where we signed up this user. It will not find where we've signed up this user. So what happens is that it fails and it doesn't throw any error. That's why I told you that we actually can't mock the failure. We actually can't test for the failures because it doesn't explicitly throw a Firebase exception. It doesn't throw an exception when it fails, right? When it fails, it just silently fails. It shuts up inside of there and it fails in there. So you can see that when that happens, yeah, it fails because there's no user created. So how do I know there's no user created? Because this actually works like the real life. So inside of the sign in, it works like the actual authentication client. So the inside of the sign in, we're using the auth client to try and sign in. Now this is failing because the auth client is what I've passed in here. Where is it? Here. And this auth client that I've passed in, I created it over here with the mock user. Yeah. So I know that this is failing because it's simply not creating a new user. Now, in order to resolve this, we can actually go ahead and data source dot sign up. Yeah. So we want to sign up a new user, and that sign up will be with the email that we've got over here, new email at mail.com. So the reason why I'm using this here, this functionality in the test for another functionality is because I've already tested this functionality over here and I'm sure that it works. So because this test passes, so I'm sure that this is solid. So that's why it's error free. So password will be T password and full name will still be T full name. Yeah. So after that's done, we sign up and then we can sign out. Let's go ahead and sign up. Then we sign out. So we await for the auth client sign out. and then we can sign in. The reason why I'm signing out is because after we sign up, then we're testing this, then someone could argue that the actual current user is coming from the sign up, because after we sign up, the current user actually changes to the value of the T full name and the T email that we've used, right? So someone could argue that this is actually causing the current user to change. However, that's not the case. So in order to prove to yourself and to others that that's not the case, after you sign up with this, know that it stored up that user to the auth client. Then we sign out. After we sign out, we can then sign back in with this to make sure that at this point, this has set the current user to be null. After it's set the current user to be null, then we can sign in and make sure that the current user is coming from the sign in that we've just done. So let's go ahead and try and test this and see. So that is passing. So you can see if I actually comment the sign in out and just let the sign up happen and the sign out, you can see that this will fail. Yeah. Let's see. So it fails because expected not null, but it was actually null. So we're expecting that the current user is not null. So this shows you that the sign out actually works even after signing up. However, after signing out, this becomes null. So at that point, we can prove that this becomes null at this point, but the sign in works because after we call the sign in, the current user actually gets instantiated basically. Let's go ahead and do the group for update user, because update user has a lot of stuff to do inside it. Now, update user, this is where the fun starts, yeah? Test, remember I told you not to go ahead and write this test with me because we're actually going to clean all of these up. This is just for test from educational purposes. Don't try this at home, kids. So we have our tests. So this is for display name, yeah? We can await for the data source to sign up. So now we're signing up a new user with T email, T full name, T password. So we're doing the arrangement. We're setting up. This is our arrangement this time. So how we arrange has changed. So this is arrange. So in order to arrange, we have to sign up a user for each individual test, because after each test, it gets reset to the Bob at something dot whatever dot domain. We arrange by signing up. We await for the auth client dot sign in with email. The email. I don't think we even need to sign in because sign up already saves that to the user. So we can go ahead and start acting. So we can await for data source to update user, and the action will be display name, and the user data in this case will be a new name. Now after that's done, we can actually go ahead and expect that the auth client's current user's display name has changed to new name. Why? Because in the update user, where is it? When we change the display name, we're actually setting the current user's display name to that, and then we update the Firestore. So we'll actually check for this, and also check that the Firestore at full name has also changed. Boom, boom. So we can do this. We can expect that the auth client dot current user dot display name is equal to new name. No, we're not running that test, we're running the group this time. Please pass, yes, it passed. So we can go ahead and do the next test. So when we go ahead and try to test for the email version, the email async close, comment this out, we can await for data source dot update user, where the action is update user action dot email rather, and the user data is new email at mail.com. And we can expect that auth client dot current user dot email is now new email at mail.com. Let's run the group one more time. It might bleed red. And as my worst fear, we bled red. So we can see no such method. Class mock user has no instance method update email with matching arguments. Wait. So let me go ahead and copy my sign up. So let me sign up a user and change their I actually don't think this is the cause. So, but let's see. You never know. Boom boom. So you can see it's still the same problem. Yeah. So I tried calling update email on the new email. When we click on this, we can see where that occurred. So it's telling us that there's no update email in the current user. Current user does not have any function called update email. This is essentially what it's saying. So for that reason, even this this mock beautiful package that looks like it mocks everything for us perfectly still has its own issues. So what I found is that when you're testing an authentication, particularly the authentication remote data source, do not generally like totally depend on this package, because at some point, for example, a point such as this, where we call like update email, it doesn't work. So update email doesn't work. Update display name works, however, but update email just simply doesn't work. We can go ahead and just try to duplicate this in the same test that did the display name, but this time we update email rather. You can see it's still the same thing. The first test will fail this time, as well as the second test. So let's see. A winter solstice. So you can see there's no update email. It just doesn't exist in that package. So at some point, we also have to depend on our own mocks, the authentication remote data source. But I promise you, after the auth data source, because we're doing a lot of changing and updating the actual client and the auth data source. So after the authentication particularly, then we no longer need to create our own mock version. So, but then in the authentication, you can combine this setup, this package, with these packages. Basically, there's more than one package, so we can combine them with our own mocks. So how are we going to create our own mocks? Let's go ahead and start with creating our own mocks.
So as you can see here, yeah, for a bit, I've actually gone back to the older code that we had where we had to write everything ourselves. So this is for you to understand better. So let's go ahead and complete this. So now we complete this and change it and say that the then answer when we go ahead and then answer, maybe with async user credential, yeah, and we run this test, it actually won't pass. It still will not pass at all. So let's see what happens. We can see that it still doesn't pass, right? Null is not a subtype of type future void. And where is that error coming from? Let's see. It's coming from updates display name, because when we sign up, it actually creates the user and then tries to update user's display name. So it's telling us that null is not a subtype of future void. So this is returning us null, instead of something. So we also have to go ahead and mark the update display name and say whenever auth.currentUser.update display name gets called, then do this or do that. When our current user, so you can go ahead and try and do the auth.currentUser, the update display name with anything gets called. Now we're assuming that the current user is not null at this point, yeah? So then answers with void. So answer with an invocation future value. We can go ahead and run the test again, and we can see that it will keep failing until we eventually maybe completely. Let's imagine that you've completely solved everything, every single thing, yeah? Finally, you've solved everything for the Firebase authentication package. Then you would have to face the case where you're solving cases on a Firebase collection, and that's probably where you would get stuck. The Firestore collections. So now when we sign up a user, we save that user's data to the server, right? We save that user's data to the Firestore collection. So now when we're doing that, we're actually going to have to mock that as well and say that when the cloud store client dot collection dot any dot doc and everything, right? After we do that, whatever we do, especially for example, the moment when we actually get something from the doc, sorry, collection and any. Say for example, we're getting something from the docs, and we do then answer. You can see that what you actually have to sub here would be what a document reference, a document snapshot, because that's what we're actually getting from the Firestore, a document snapshot. So how are you going to do that exactly? Document snapshot, and then you have to make sure that that snapshot includes a map that is exactly the map that you've got in your, or whatever map that you think your function, whereas this function would save to the current Firestore, you have to make sure that it matches that. And the document snapshot doesn't have any constructors, neither does it have any from map or whatever. It doesn't have anything, you can't instantiate it. It's almost similar to the user credential. So you'd have to go back and mock it over there. So we can see that the authentication particularly is going to give us issues. The authentication rather isn't going to give us a lot of issues when we're using the authentication, but then every other thing would actually give us issues. Even the authentication would actually give us issues, but then it's not as much when we mix it in with the other package. So this is what I'm trying to do. Yeah, since we've run into some unexpected issues of the package, for example, update email has issues. What I was thinking makes these custom things that we've created over here, yeah, mix them in with the packages, for example, the Firestore package and the storage package. The rest of them we can just manage. We can manage with the authentication because, for example, these ones are just going to be too much. So since we've already done this for the auth, let's go ahead and use the mocks that we've created for the auths, then change everything else to use the packages that we've got from the cloud, from the prompt.dev. So let's go ahead and change our tests to match these things. So I hope this has made it clear why we need packages from prompt.dev in order to test Firebase functions, and also why in the case of authentication we still need in some sense to create our own mock or fake stubs. So let's go ahead and start with that.
For that to happen, a few things have to change. What are we going to change? So let's look through our code and see what can stay and what has to go. Some of these have to stay and some of them have to go. So, or let's just start with the testing. Yeah, as we test, we can just go ahead and change the things that need to change. But before that, though, for the setup, I actually want to set all of these up once and for all. I don't want to have to change them over the several tests that we're going to write. So first of all, I change that to set up all. Then I have my auth client, my cloud store client, my database client, my data source, my user credential. Now for the mock user, I actually want to take the mock user and make it a general one as also mock user. I'm going to make that a mock user. Where's my authentication? My Firebase auth should be actually from the auth that I already have, not from the package, the Firebase auth package. So I'm simply going to remove that. Where is it? Firebase auth. Yeah, not this. Have I added the Firebase auth package? I don't think I have. Let me see. What is it called? Firebase auth mocks. I didn't add it, did I? Firebase, no, I didn't. So yeah, so this is cool, yeah. So we're only going to be using this one for this. However, for the rest of them, we're actually going to use the fake packages that we've just added. Now for the mock user, I'm going to save the mock user. For the user credentials, I'm also going to save the user credentials. So let's just call that user credential. Mock. Should I call that a mock user credential? Or let me just call that my user creds, user credential, whatever. I already have the user credentials saved, sorry. Yes, so that's done. What else have I got? My user, So let's go ahead and also initialize the mock user over here. So yeah, that's it. So the mock user has been initialized. Now, we can also see that in the package version, they've in some way added the user ID over to this, because remember that when we're mocking, for example, when we're stubbing and we're checking if we've successfully saved a user or signed up a user or signed in a user, it depends on the user's UID, this UID. Now we can't leave this UID as test UID. We actually want this UID to change after someone gets signed in or signed up, right? So in the spirit of that, we can go ahead and create our own user ID by doing this. So let's go ahead in here. After we create the Cloud Store client, we can use the Cloud Store and create a document reference. Let's see that document reference at the top as well. So delete document reference. It will have a data map inside and it will be a document reference. Now we can go ahead and set the document reference to be equal to await. Now you can write with me though. This is the actual test that we're doing. So the await cloud store client.collection. I think this test can actually go a lot easier. There might be better ways to do this test, but this is personally how I do this for all of my auths. So we can go ahead and add the cloud store client. We can make this async for the await to work. Add to the cloud store client add a user. So let's create a fake user at the top. So lit or constant, let me make that constant user will be equal to local user model dot dot empty. Yeah. Now after that's done, we can go ahead and add the, let's call that test user, not user, test user. That's better. So we could go ahead and test user dot to map. Now we've added that in there. So for the mock user, after we do this, we can get the ID of that user. After we add that user to the cloud store client, we can get the ID of that user. So we've set up our cloud store basically. So we can add the ID of that user to the cloud store client and then take that cloud store client's ID, take the ID of that particular document and change the mock user's UID to be the UID of that stuff. I don't know if I'm confusing you, but let's go ahead and do that. So in here, I actually want to create a setter. So set, we can use set UID to be string value. I hope I'm not confusing you lot. You can rewind the video if you're confused about what I'm doing. Value will be UID will be equal to value. But we can't change this because it's final, so we're simply removing final. Now in here, after we do this, the mock user, we're going to instantiate the mock user. However, after instantiating it, we will use this operator to set the UID to be equal to the document reference, the ID. So this is essentially what we've done here. We created the Glassdoor client from the package that we imported or we added to our project. Then using that package, using that Glassdoor client, we added a fake user. Right, so this is basically the same thing that package made us do, creating a user and everything. So we're doing similar stuff because we're doing it ourselves. We created that user and got a reference, the document reference for that user. We set the document reference to be equal to our UID, so the UID for our mock user, and we send that mock user over to the mock credential. So this is our setup done. Then we simply use that user credential to in place in over here. So that's that for that part. Now, this is an all, yeah? So we actually want to mock the current user. So so remember that the auth client is coming from our package over here, yeah? So, and inside of that package, you haven't set the current user. So we would have had to go ahead and add an override user, current user, I don't know, whatever. User could be any type of user, I don't know. Boom. Right, we could go ahead and do that, but that's going to require us setting all of this up again, once again. So another way that we could do that, a simpler way that we could do that, is simply to stub the response of the current user whenever the current user is queried. So in order to do that, so let's see this. So we could go ahead and say that whenever any person queries for the auth client current user, so then return what? Return the mock user. So the reason why I didn't do that in here is because if I'd done that in here, then I'd have to override current user and then say that the user gets current user is equal to what? There's no user, so I'd have to make it null. Right? No, this isn't in the wrong place. It should rather be in the Firebase auth. So this is how this should have looked, and then we'd have to add a setter, right? Set current user, and we'd user value, where it would if current, then we'd have to actually add a user, and then if user is not equal to the value, then user will be equal to the value. Right, so and then we'd have to come down here when we initialize the mock Firebase authentication, we'd have to do dot current user will be equal to the mock user. Yeah, so meaning that we would also have to move the mock user up here before this, yeah, so it will be equal to the mock user, and that would solve our problem. So before we actually do that, we can also see that the document reference is actually down here. So when we do that, by the time that we do that, the document reference is actually not set yet. Yeah, so at the point that we do that, the document reference still has no value. It's not been initialized. So this will actually fail again, meaning that we have to move the document reference to the top once more to move it before the mock user. If we moved it before the mock user, it would still be trying to use the CloudStor client, and the CloudStor client is also not initialized. We'd have to move the CloudStor client before all of them, so we'd have to rearrange everything, right, to be in sequential order. So I don't want to have to go through all that trouble, so I simply just mocked it. Sorry, stubbed it. So now that the stub lives there, so whenever we query for the current user, we will always get the mock user. So this is my hack to get over doing that. So all of this is happening because the person who created the package has not considered the update email. They haven't done it properly, so there's issues with it. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and create once again our fix. So our constant t password will be equal to test password. Constant t full name will be equal to test full name. Constant t email will be equal to test email. And that's it. And that's it. That's about it. So let's go ahead and start. So the first method that we're going to test would be, what's the first method that we have here? Forgot password. So let's go ahead and do forgot password. So we have a group, forgot password. Now for the forgot password, we're going to test that it should complete successfully when no exception is thrown. Now that's including the Firebase exception and every other type of exception. Yeah. So we will stub the auth client because we created it ourselves, so we can stub it. We created it from the mock fail library. So when the auth client dot send password reset email with email as any named email, dot then answer with async future dot value. Right, close. Oh. Now final call will be equal to data source dot forgot password with t email, and we can expect that that call will complete, and we can verify that the auth client dot send password reset email with the t email actually was called, and it was called only once. Then we can verify no more interactions with the auth client. Now we can run this test and hopefully it passes. Hopefully we've implemented everything perfectly that it passes the test, and it doesn't pass. So type null is not a subtype of type collection reference. Oh, that's because I'm using this for my CloudStore client. I have to delete my Firestore. Remember, we're only going to use the Firebase Auth for we're only going to use the Firebase Auth for our whatever we're doing. Yeah, so mock Firebase Firestore and get that from the package. Isn't that what it's called? Fake rather, fake Firebase Firestore. Can use that. Fake Firebase or mock Firebase storage. Yeah, so that's passing. So you can see that has saved us the trouble of creating collection references. If we actually had to do all that ourselves, then this would be a lot longer than it currently is. So let's go find where we've used this. So now the test passes perfectly. So let's go ahead and write the second test. So after we test for the success, we also have to test for the failure. So test should throw a server exception when Firebase auth exception is thrown. So when auth client send password reset email with any named email, comma, then answer, sorry, not answer, it should throw rather, then throw a Firebase auth exception. However, I think we're actually going to use that multiple times, so how about I go save it at the top instead of only saving it here. So final Firebase auth exception, Firebase auth exception, and we can put in the codes to be user not found, because this is how one of the codes look like, and the message could be there is no user record corresponding to this identifier. Maybe do that and then go ahead and say comma format, then throw the Firebase exception. Close this bit. Firebase auth exception. Why aren't you working? Where have we put this? Try catch, yes. When when did I create a try catch block? Oh my. Did I do that? Can't remember doing that ever. To this identifier, and we can go put a dot after that. We can wait, what? So whenever I hit enter after the dot, then it erupts in a try catch. Why are you doing that? The user may not or may have been deleted. I'm just going off on a foot here, just going ham on the error message. So the error message has been constructed, and we have our Firebase auth exception. So now we're using it in the stub to hijack the call to the send password reset email. So after that, we can save the call to data source forgot password. We're only saving the call because we're doing an error test, except, and we're doing that error test in our data source. So we say when a higher order function calls a call with email, throws a invoke server exception. And then we verify text, not accept. And then we verify that the auth client was called with this once, and it also has no more interaction. So let's save that. Boom. 4. that should pass. So moving on to our sign in, yes, that passes. So moving on to sign in, group sign in. Now for signing, we're going to test that the function should return a local user model when no exception is thrown. Now, when the auth client .sign in with email and password gets called with any named email and any named password then answer async, and we answer with T user credential. I think I already saved the T user credential at the top, because I only called it user credential, so I saved it. I saved it as a late variable, so close this much up, close that bit up, and we can final results will be equal to await the data source sign in with T email and T password, and format the file to reflect the changes. We can expect that the result.uid is the same as the user credential that we have at the top .user.uid. So after we signing, and this will return us a local user model, we're expecting that local user model's UID will be the same as the UID we have at the top. We could actually rather go ahead. Let's actually try this then. Let's create a local user model. Final user will be local user model, and we can set the UID to be the credential.uid, user credential.email, right? It's not gonna work. Boom. Type dynamic can't be assigned to. I honestly do not have the energy for these bugs, bro. You could go ahead and do that if you've got the energy for that. For me, I'm just going to expect results.uid user credential rather .user.uid. Expect that the result point is the user. I think I've created a user at the top. So the T user, I'll just expect that the point is 0. Simple. Points have to be 0 because at the start it's always 0. So we will run this test, every test basically again. Oh, we haven't verified though. So let's go ahead and verify. Oh, verify. That the auth client dot sign in with email and password with the T email and the T password was called only once. And verify no more interactions with the auth client. Yes, so we can go and run the entire project, entire test rather, not the project. So now, why was the test failing? We can see that the test fails because the expected was this, the expected UID, in our case this, the expected UID was an actual UID, and the resulting or the actual UID that we get from the local data source extracted after signing was empty. When we go into the sign-in implementation, where is it? Sign-in implementation. We can see that how it actually works is that the sign-in signs in the user into the authentication client, and after that it goes into the Cloud Firestore to get a user data with that particular UID, and then it returns as that user. Okay. Now in our test, at the start of our test, we've registered a local user model. Yeah, we've registered a local user model into the Cloud Firestore, and we extracted the ID that was generated when we registered that user to the Cloud Firestore. Now, using that ID, we've stored that ID into the mock user and given that mock user to the user credential. So what's essentially happening here is that the user credential .user, which is the mock user .uid, was the UID that we extracted from the Cloud Firestore after adding our test user to the Firestore. However, at the point where we've added the users to the Cloud Firestore, what we actually added was tuser.empty. So the local user model.empty, this is what we added. And in that case, the user model that we've added is empty, its UID is empty. So at this very point, when we make this call, it's returning us for the results.uid. The result.uid will simply be, where's my sign in? The result.uid will simply be what it gets from the Cloud Firestore. So what it does is it goes into the Cloud Firestore's collection, uses part, and it will try to get the document that was registered with that UID. In that case, the document will be this. It will be this document that we've registered, and it returns the user model that was saved into it. Where in our case, the user model is actually an empty one. So at this point, this wouldn't work. So we can go ahead and cut off the add. Yeah, we can just go ahead and do this. So this is the document reference, a collection.doc. So when you do this .doc, it will actually create the document, return you the document reference, but then it won't save anything in it yet. So now we've got the document reference without actually saving the data in there. So we can go ahead, using that document reference, we can go ahead and say that the document we can await for that same document reference, and then we set a data into that document reference. And what data will that be? It will be the tuser dot. Remember that we've created a copy with in our user model. So that copy with, we use the copy with to extract a new user where their UID has been changed to the document reference .id, which is the same UID we've set for our mock user. So after we do that, we can go ahead and say this new user .tomap. Why can't I find a tomap in here? What's the problem? Can't find declaration. When we go into the user model, oh, you can see that when we generated the copy with, we actually went to the local user and generated a copy with, then copied it. Oh my, sorry. Then copied it over. We generated the copy with in here, then went over to the user model and pasted it. So we forgot to change this to be a local user model instead of a local user. So we don't want our copy with returning an entity. We want the copy with to return the actual model. So with that done, we can go back to our test and hopefully the tomap works, which it does. And we can then rerun our tests and let's see. Hopefully the tests pass this time because we've actually set them to be the same. So the UID should match the other UID. Let's see. Yeah, so now the test passes. So the UIDs match and our test has successfully passed. So let's go ahead and write the next test. So for the next test, let's close down this one. We can go ahead and test to throw server exception. And we can go ahead and start by dubbing. So first of all, let's copy what we've got here. Dot then, oh my. So we want to dot then answer, then throw a T Firebase auth exception. Yeah. And then we have a final call will be the data source sign in. Don't get invoked yet. Now after we do that, we could expect that we've got the call with email being T email and the password being T password. And we could expect that it throws a, and what does it throw? It throws something that is a now after that's done, I think there's another case that we can actually test for. So in a case where after signing in we had a null user, we expect that it will throw a Firebase exception. Sorry, it will throw an exception instead of going on into the app itself and just providing the user with an empty user. So we could go ahead and write a test for that and say should throw server exception. Now you don't have to write this particular test, but I just feel there are some cases such as that after signing in. So maybe there was no internet connection, so it couldn't fetch the user properly. So in that case, we want this to throw an error instead of putting the user into the application with an empty user credential. So we can go ahead and say that when, let's copy that. Now, the user credential that we have at this point is not empty. So let's go ahead and create a new user credential that's empty. So we could go ahead and say final empty user credential is equal to a mock user credential. We're creating a new one with an empty user. So we can go ahead and use the empty user credential. So return as the empty user credential. So now when that's the case, we want a final call to be data source.signin rather than make a capital S. And then we can expect the test actually should have ended with the first and the last one, but I'm just doing this in case. Remember, we might fall into such an issue. Email T email password T password. and then we can verify that these got called. So let's run the entire remote data source test and see what happens. No, this is only for forgot password and sign in, so everything works. So let's go ahead and write the test for the, we've got forgot password, sign in, we haven't done yet for sign up, so sign up will basically follow the same pattern basically. However, we will simply add 2 more tests to it, so I'm just going to write that and then explain it to you. So I've written a test for the failure part of it, because that part or that test is basically the same as we've already been doing. So let me show you how we would write a test for the sign up. So for the success state of the sign up, rather, not for the sign up. So for the success state, we're actually trying to say that it should, because it will return void, so it should complete successfully when no exception is thrown. Async, async, async. So we can go in and say that when the auth client.create user with email and password, we can go ahead and say that dot then answer with the user credential that we've got. In this case, it should be async because it's a future function, and the invocation should be an underscore because we don't need it. Now, we're also not only stubbing that. Remember that if we do this, then we're only hijacking the request for create user with email and password. But we're not hijacking the request for, where is it, auth remote data source sign up. Now we're making more than one calls to the server, so we have to hijack every call. So this is the sign up, whereas the sign up right here, yeah. So we have this call to the server, the auth client.create user with email and password, but that's not all though. We have to also hijack, because it will also try to update the display name. If we don't hijack this request, it will try to do it on its own and it will fail because there was no real server where it will update the display name. So we have to hijack this and that as well. So let's go ahead and hijack both of them. So we have to hijack those requests. You can think of testing as hacking in some way, really similar. You're just hijacking requests that you're going to make, although it's like in a sandboxed environment where you're hijacking your own requests, not other people's requests. So where not the auth client, we're not going to be making that call of the auth client. We're going to be making those calls to the user credentials. So remember that when we do the update display name, we're essentially doing that to the user credential dot user dot display name. So we have to hijack. So when someone tries to make a call to the user, so the user credentials user dot update display name, we want to hijack that command with any display name they've put in there. We want to hijack that command and then answer with an async, yeah, of what future dot value. So when they do that, just complete. So future value means it will complete successfully, right? So update display name returns void. So when it returns void, remember you can replace its call or its response with a future value. So we can go ahead and also do the same for the update photo URL. So user credential dot user dot update photo URL with any photo URL. Should that be 2? I think I've missed one actually. Dot then answer, yes. Then answer with a future value because that also returns void. So we can go and put async at the back of it. Put a comma. Now the final call will be equal to the data source sign in or sign up rather with the t email, the full name, the password. Expect that the call completes successfully. So we can also go ahead and test and see if it was saved into the Firestore. So you can go ahead and write that, but that will just make our test to be very long. So far what I'm going to do is, first of all, going to verify that I've already written that below, the auth client. Verify that the auth client was called with create user with email and password. Now we also have to verify that these calls were also made. So you can actually go ahead and verify that the user credential.user.displayName was called with the t4 name, and it was called only once. What am I doing wrong? Sorry, update display name rather. We can verify that it was called and it was called only once. And after that, we can also verify that the same user credentials user, oh my, stop, dot update photo URL was called with our kdefault avatar dot called once. It was called once. We can also verify no more interactions with the auth client. So let's go ahead and run this test and hopefully it passes. No, it didn't pass. So it was saying that no matching calls matched the update display name. So you can see that before the function completes, because this is actually an asynchronous function, yeah? So before this function actually completed, we couldn't get to this part. So this completed before we got here, so it couldn't find that call. So you can go ahead and add an await back here, but when you add an await back here, then this can no longer work, right? Because when you await for this, then it will return you a void. So a void can't complete. We need the call without the await. So this would get us the entire future void, and we can just pretend that that call completes and it will return, it will pass. So how then do we await for something inside of a test to work? So in order to await for something, so for example, in your test, in your sign up, you've got a part in your sign up where you make multiple calls. So the first call is to this one. This one might complete before the test completes. However, these ones might not complete before your test completes because now you're not awaiting for the entire call. So in order to await for singular events inside of a function in your test, you can use something called an await until called. So how do you use that? So after we verify that the create user was called, because the create user will complete successfully, right? We can go ahead and await until called, yeah, until what was called. We can await until some higher order function calls user credential dot user dot updates display name with any value, yeah. So what we're essentially saying is, because we're not awaiting this over here, this could actually complete, the test could actually complete without waiting for this to complete. So at this point, where we know that the problem comes from when we do this, the problem came from the update display name. There was no matching calls found. You can go ahead and wait until the display name function was invoked before we can go on and verify the rest of them. So you can go ahead and run this test. You can see it might fail because we haven't done the same for this person. So let's see what happens. Yeah, so you can see this time it's this person. When I click on this, it brings me here to this person. So you can see I've put my cursor elsewhere. When I click on that, cursor comes down here. So this person was never getting called. So we can go ahead and copy this over. This time the update Flutter URL. So we're waiting for singular events to occur inside of the function before we carry on with our test. So if you haven't heard someone call an update display name, do not continue with the completion of the test, else continue. So we can see that this test should now pass. Let's wait for that to happen. It will definitely pass though. Yes, so now the test is passing. So let's go ahead and do and write the test for the update user. So for the update user, this is where it actually gets crazy for the update user. So let me close this much up. Yes. So now we can go ahead and write a new group for the update user. Now the first test is going to should update user display name successfully when no exception thrown. You can just go ahead and name this display name as the name of the test. It doesn't matter. I just prefer to write a long descriptive name. So no stop. And then we close this by we can async this. Then let's go ahead and arrange. So when this time what gets called on the update user, let's see. So in the update user, what actually happens is that for the display name, it calls the current user dot update display name. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do just that. So when the how did we do this over here? I think we actually used the auth client here. When the auth client dot update display name. No, that should rather be current user dot update display name. So just put that there and update display name with any then answer with an async return of future.value. Close this invocation to be empty, async done. Got a comma, boom. Now we don't have to save the result because it's going to return void basically. So we can await the data source to update user, yeah, and the action will be display name, and we can user data will be the d4 name. Now we can verify, yeah. Now we're not actually going to expect anything of this function particularly. All we care about, we already know that the update user works because we've done the test in a few other places. So let's just rather not the update user, we rather know that the implicitly the update user will call the update display name for the display name test. So we also know that the update display name works because we've already tested that in the previous test as well. So we don't have to go ahead and expect that will. We only have to verify that it actually does it. So we have to verify that the auth client dot current user dot update display name gets called with the t4 name that we've passed it. You can put an exclamation mark over that. Dot called once. Let's run the test and let's see what happens to the update user. I don't expect this should pass because I think that yes. So you can see that a type future void is not subtype of type user. And where's that problem coming from? Future void is not a subtype of type user. Let's see from our stack where the problem is currently at. So when it's trying to call the current user display name, when it's even trying to access the current user, you can see that there's a future void in there instead of an actual user. But then we've actually stubbed this at the top where we said that when we try to get the current user, then return a mock user. But it seems like it's not working for us. Let me see at the top. When we did this, when auth client.current user gets called, then return a mock user. But it's saying that the type future void is not a subtype of type user. So let's go ahead and mock or hijack the return for that in our group. So for this group, we're going to do a setup, particularly for this group, because we don't have that issue in other groups. So for this group, it seems it's not detecting the current user. So let's go ahead and do that again in here, but then return a mock user. What is your problem? I've done a wrong setup, sorry. Wait. No, my bad. I left the arrow syntax in there. So when auth client dot current user gets called, then return the mock user. Boom. That's done. So we can go ahead and run this. Let's see. And now we've still got a problem. So future void is not subtype of type user, even after we've mocked this. So what's the problem? Mock user, blah blah blah. So I think what the problem is that we're actually going to make a call to the auth client.current user. So it's not detecting, it's going to read a call made to the current user instead of directly checking for a call made to the actual user itself. So it's checking for auth client first and then current user. I don't know why it's doing that. So my idea would be to directly use the mock user and rather check when there's a call made to the mock user. So I don't think this bit is working. So let's delete this. Let's comment this out and try to directly access or hijack the mock client itself. So the mock user, I think, yes. So let's go ahead and hijack the mock user directly. So we can verify that there was a call made, in fact, to the mock user. Because implicitly, the auth client.current user is actually using the mock user. You can see that the auth client current user is actually using the mock user. So let's just go ahead and directly access that mock user. And then run this test and see what happens. I don't know why the test was misbehaving, but right now it's passing because where I'm directly accessing the mock user. So in the update user, when we actually go ahead and call, where is it? That's very long. So when we go ahead and call the update user on the current user, we can see that what it actually does is it tries to access the auth client.current user, and in our test we've actually stubbed it to say that whenever someone tries to access that current user, return as the mock user. However, when we're stubbing the update user itself, the update display name function, we were trying to do that with the auth client, and for some reason, the auth client current user was not detecting any users because it actually doesn't have any user. Let's be honest, it doesn't. We haven't put any users in there. We've only hijacked the call to it. So probably at the point when we're stopping, so at the point when we're stopping this, it doesn't detect that user because the user because we're in another stop basically. I think that's what the problem is. I don't know. So I just decided to try and directly use the mock user that I've created because it's going to be the same thing either ways. So when we're inside of the update user and it tries to use it because it's not in a stub, it will try to access the current user and the stub we've created at the top will respond with the mock user, and then we're actually hijacking that mock user's update display name function and we're returning whatever we need to return from it. Now, after we verify that the update display name got called with the correct argument, we can go ahead and verify. We have something called verify never, right? So we verify that there was never a call. Verify that there was never a call made to the mock user dot update photo URL with any with any arguments at all. Also want to verify that there was never any calls made to the mock user dot update email with any email at all. And we want to also verify that there was no with any email. And we also want to verify that there was no call made to the update password. Yes, so none of these other calls were made, but this particular call only was made. Now, after we do that, we can go ahead and check, fetch our user from the Firestore, and check that the final user will be equal to await. Document at the mock user .uid .get. So this will get us our user data. Let's just call that user database. And we can check to expect that that user's data data at full name is the same as the full name that we've got. So we're making sure that it got updated in the Cloud Firestore with the proper data. So let's run that test one more time and see if that works. Yes, so that works. So we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for the rest of them for update email, update password, and update everything else. So let me go ahead and write that test, see when I'm done writing those tests. So I've written about two other tests, being the email and the bio, because these ones are very similar to what we've already written. But then I don't think the password will be that simple because we do a lot of stuff in the password. We do user reauthentication, and also for the there's one more after that. Let me go into this. We have password and we have the profile pic, and also the profile pic deals with the cloud storage, the Firebase storage, the storage bucket. So I wanted to do those bits with you instead of writing them myself. So let's go through them because they're not the same as these ones. So let's minimize these ones, save them away somewhere, and then let's go ahead and start first of all with the password. So where does this test end? And there. So test should update user password successfully when no exception is thrown. We go split this here. Oh my. Put a comma, make it async. Boom. Nice. So after that is done, let's go ahead and start stubbing. So what are we stubbing? So when the mock user dot update password gets called with any new password at all, dot then answer with an invocation that we're not going to use, an async future value. Now that's not all the call that's going to be made to the server in the update password section for this. So when we're doing password update for this, we can see what we did. So first of all, we checked if the email of the current user is null, we return and say that the user does not exist. Yeah. Or they've got insufficient permission. They can't change or do something because we can't authenticate them. Now, after that, we go ahead and we run this. Before we actually update the password, we run a re-authenticate with credential, blah blah blah. And for that, we also need an email auth provider.credential to provide the credentials that we're going to use, and so on. So let's go ahead and stop that part. So when I think I made that call to the mock user as well. Did I? So yeah, I think that was to the mock user. So mock user dot re-authenticate with credential when it gets called with any credential at all. Now remember, we don't need to register fallback values for primitive data types. However, a credential is not a Dart primitive type. So we have to register a fallback value for this. I don't want to have to go all the way to the top to register the value for that. So I'm going to do that in the group setup. So this setup will only be for the group. So only for this group are we ever going to register a fallback value with that. So and for that reason, we have to register fallback value for um an auth credential. I think it asks for an auth credential from a Firebase auth, but we don't have a mock version of that. When you're registering a fallback value, let's go ahead because we're actually going to return that mock value. So let's go to the top and register a mock authentication credential. I think that's what it wants, right? What does it want? An auth credential, yes. So it wants an auth credential. So let's go to the top because we want every of our dependency to be mocked. So class mock auth thread credential sends mock implement auth credential. So we can go ahead and save it in here. Elite, but since none of our since our main data source does not depend on it, I don't see the need. We can go down there and initialize it back down there where we were before. So register fallback. Let's initialize a new mock auth credential. So when the stub is going on, when stubbing is going on, it's going to use this instance that we've created here. Now, after the stubbing is done, where is it? Yeah, so when we do that, we actually want it to answer this is for the update password. So we want it to answer then answer with a future dot value. We don't even need this to be future dot value. Let's just return. I think it returns the user credential when we update password. Let's see. Mock user dot update password. No, sorry. What does the re-authenticate rather? It returns the user credential, so we can go ahead and provide back. So mock user dot. Yeah, we can go ahead and just return this. We can remove the invocation. So we make it return us our user credential, and then after that we can go ahead and verify that the mock user dot update password got called with the t password Wait a minute. We haven't actually done the data source, so we're going to wait that the data source, the update user, got called with a password action. And what was the data? Remember that when we're doing that for the password, we're expecting, where is it? Password. We're expecting a map that contains the old and the new password for the authentication to go through and for the other one to also go through. So where I'm going to create our user data and pass it a map. No, it actually wants a string rather, not a map. So it's expecting a string and it will decode that string. So let's go ahead and pass it that string. So it will be a JSON encoded map. So we create that map and we JSON encode it. In this case, its old password will be old password, and its new password should be T password. Sorry. So this should work, I think. It should hopefully should work. So when we do that, we're expecting that it will replace it. It will call update password with the new password. And after that, we can verify that the rest of them never got called. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yep. So you can verify that the rest of them never got called. You can verify that all of them didn't get called except for the password. But you can also see that for the bio, we've actually verified that none of these ever got called. Why? Why did we do that? Because we actually never update anything in the mock user when we're updating the bio. So also, even an easier way to do this for the bio would be to just verify 0 interactions with the mock user. Okay, so we're so because the mock user never even gets touched whenever we're updating the bio, so you can check that the bio, whenever we're updating the bio, the mock user actually never gets touched. It only updates the user data in the Firestore. So we can go ahead and run those tests, but let's complete the last one first. So when we're updating the password, we're expecting that this happens. Also, we should expect, let's first of all get the user data. So we get the user data and we can expect that the user data does not store any password in the cloud file store because that's a security issue. So we want to verify that it's not. We want to verify that whenever we check the password in this case, that it will always be not. So let's go and run the entire group. So you can see that the 0 interactions should work as well because there was 0 interactions with the mock user. Oh no, there's a problem. So what's the problem? No interaction is expected, but the following interactions was found. Update display name. Update email was also found. Let's see. So as you can see, we have a failing test over here because when we're calling for the bio, for the new bio, we can see that when we're updating the bio, we can see that there's calls actually being made to update display name, which I don't know where that call is coming from really. We can go ahead and should we initialize a new user each time a test is run in this group? I'm thinking we should do that because I think it's actually looking at the same mock user. So even after that mock user gets called, so after the bio gets done, it moves into the password and something is getting called somewhere. It's listening to the same value over and over. So in order to solve that, I think it would be best if we just, you know, where is it? Where does it start? We've written a lot of tests, 300 lines of code. Wow. Now the tests are still failing. What's the problem here? No interaction. The following was found. Test full name. Hmm. Now I was actually thinking about hijacking. The problem actually comes from the mock user. I was actually thinking about rather making it so that each time before every particular test is run, we can reset the mock user to be equal to what it was before, right? So this is what the mock user was being set to at the top. So we're just creating a new instance of the mock user with a UID so that at each point, this actually gets reinstantiated for each test. So let's see how that works. So we can see that the bio is actually passing now, and it's detecting zero interactions because there's a new mock user, and we're detecting zero interactions with it. So then the other tests have begun failing because null is not a subtype of type future void, blah blah blah. Let's see where that's coming from. When we try to update the display name and stuff like that. So we can see that actually there was actually no calls being made to the mock user at this point. However, it was detecting the calls being made to that same instance of the mock user in the other tests, and then it was detecting them as a call still being made here. So we can go ahead and reset what we have. Just delete, let me delete that. And then over here we can just go ahead in the bio and copy this. And we're going to do this because we're sure that at this point no other calls are being made, because we can see from over here that this only was having issues because we had the same instance and it was listening to the other one. So let's go ahead and use update password with any. Let's run the entire test and see what happens if these ones work. Fingers crossed, hopefully it works. So now everything else works except for um, which one's failing. The password's failing. So let me see for my bio. Bio's working. Everything else is working except for my password. So what's the problem here? Server exception. User does not exist. Insufficient permission, because we're running an if statement saying that if the user does not exist or the user's email does not exist, then don't work. So let's set the user's email. So with that being said, let's go ahead and mock the email. So whenever it queries for an email, so whenever the mock user dot parent dot email, I think does have an email. Yes, the email gets queried. It'll then return the email. Simple. Let's run the test again. And hopefully it passes this time. Hopefully, please pass, please pass. Yes, so everything's passed because we've hijacked the email call and we're giving it an email. That for update password. Let's go ahead and do. I think we have update. What else have we got? Update bio, update email. We have bio, email, password. Um, Bio, email, password. Let's see. Photo URL. Yes, we haven't done the profile pic. So we're bio, email, display name. We've actually done display name, so it's only profile pic left. So let's go ahead and do the profile pic next. So close down this test and find our profile pic functionality. Test. Whatever, whatever. Close, comma, boom. So the test will actually say should update user profile pic successfully when no exception is thrown. Bitbucket. Cool. So at this point, final new so now we're doing a setup, right? So the new profile pic that we're going to pass in, because remember that when we do the update user for profile pic, we're going to have to give it a profile pic that the user has picked from their gallery. After the user picks a profile pic from their gallery, it's going to be in the form of a file. Okay, so we have new profile pic will be equal to, let's create a new file with .io, and it will be in assets. Let's pick that from the assets. Images, let's use maybe let's find an image in the assets to use. Maybe onboarding background. Let's just use the onboarding background. Onboarding background.png. So let's say the user's picked their image and it's saved in that part. Now we can go ahead and say that when the mock user, the update user gets called with any, it'll then answer with future.value, as we've always done. Boom. No, not the mock user. The update user. It should be update photo URL. With any, we should return that. So async, put an invocation over there, and now we can go ahead and act. So our action will be the data source dot update user, and this time the action will be profile pic, and the user data will be the new profile pic. And we can verify that the mock user dot update photo URL got called with what do you think it would get called with? It would get called with the download URL. So this is how it actually works. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So update photo. Yeah, so it will actually save that pic in the cloud storage, and then it will get its download URL and then call photo URL with the download URL. Now we don't have access to this because it's happening inside of the function. So the best you can do is just to check in the cloud storage to make sure that something actually got saved in the cloud storage. Okay, so in order for that to happen, we can go ahead and photo URL could be any. So let's just make sure that the photo URL got called with any photo URL. Because we don't know at this point, we don't know the particular URL that it will get called with. So let's just make sure that the function actually gets called, right, with anything. So if that gets called, then we have to verify never. Let's verify that none of these other things were called. We can change the update photo URL to update email. No, we already have email, display name, password. A password. So after that, let's go ahead and make sure that something exists in the cloud storage. So we can go ahead and expect that the database client, in our case, the fake cloud storage package that we've got from puff.dev, stored files map. Now that doesn't work because our database client is actually being saved as an actual Firebase storage. So we can go ahead and make that to be a mock Firebase storage. When we do that, it should be able to know to have that property because the mock version has that property. We can check in the stored files map and make sure that it's not empty, it's true. And hopefully that passes. Yes. So I don't know if I've actually explained this before, but how expects work is that it actually takes a value, right? And then it will match it and check if it's the same or if so this is how it works. Yeah, you put say um a value over here on the left side, and on the right side you have to put something that returns a boolean or something. Like you have to put a condition. So the left side has to match the condition on the right. So in this case, the condition is that it value should be a true. It should be a boolean. So it's not empty returns a boolean, which is true. It's expecting that the condition this should pass should be that it should return a boolean true, right? So we could have non-boolean um non-boolean matches. For example, over here we have the matcher to be a full name. The full name is not a boolean, it's just a condition. So like I already told you, on the left you put the value, and then on the right you put the condition that that value has to fulfill. Okay, so what value do we have here? We have a user data's full name, right? So this will be a string basically, and we want that string should, what condition should it fulfill? In this case, it should fulfill an equality condition, so it should be equal to the T full name. But you can go ahead and write it without the equals because it implicitly puts in the equals when you don't put that in. Whenever it's something that's not a boolean, so or whenever it's something rather, sorry, whenever it's something that's not like not a different data type. So we can also see here we've got a different type of value and matching case. So the actual value is an invocation. So the invocation of a function, we're expecting that the invocation of a function matches or passes this condition. And what is the condition? The condition is that that invocation should throw an error. So it doesn't always have to be a primitive data type like a string or an integer, and then the condition doesn't always have to be a boolean. It can be any condition at all. It could be anything that just equates to a condition. So it's like an if statement. So if this is true, then do that, right? So this if this is this. So in this case, it would be something like if database client dot stored files map dot is not empty equal to true. This is what we're doing. So in other cases, let's go and explain it with if statements. So in this case, we're saying if user.data at bio, and what is the condition? The condition is that it's equal to the new bio. This is our condition. In this case, where is it? This call. So we can see that in this case, it's if a call to the call with whatever values we give in there, but that call should um is server exception, something like that. We don't have something like throws a in the actual Dart, so this only exists in the test. So then is server exception. So the return type of this, or the throwable that it throws, is a server exception. So this is basically what we're doing. So this is actual the actual value, and then we have a matcher. So the matcher is basically the condition that it has to fulfill, and this condition includes both the is and the server exception. In the case of an equal to, it will include both the equal to and the server exception. So we have two parts, here to there, and then here, the thing that exists before the operator. So that's it for the remote data source test. It's been a long test for the remote data source. The remote data source has taken about 400 lines in order to be tested because Firebase, and it's kind of jarring to test. So I hope you had fun testing Firebase. I know it's pretty messy testing Firebase, but what can we do there? So that's it for I hope this is complete though. Got password sign in, sign up, update user. Yeah, hopefully everything is complete and I haven't missed anything. I really need to sleep because I'm pretty tired. So boom, see you in the next part. So next up, what are we going to do? Where I'm going to actually write the block, and after the block, we can go ahead and build the UI and implement the authentication user interface. The auth block will live in the directory, no, a new file, no, a new directory rather, because we have this helper. Helpers build it out. So it's directory that we're looking for. So directory, we have the presentation, and we have a block. Subsequently, where I'm going to use, from here on out, after the auth, where I'm going to be using qubit instead of blocks. But for this first one, let's just use a block instead of a qubit. So we've created an auth block. Now we can go work on the event first. We can go create the first event, which will be a sign-in event, extends auth event. Now our constructor will be this. Const sign-in event. For this, when we're signing up, we need email and password. So this dot email and required this dot password. Close the constructor, create our attributes, string email, final string password. And then we can go ahead and override list, and because they're both strings, I can type it as strings, so we have the email and the password. Now let's do the same for sign up. So I'm going to copy this. We have a sign up event. No. Paste. My paste. Yes. So for the sign up, we have these two, including the name. That is for sign up. Final string name. And also add the name over there. After that, what else have we got? We've got update user and forgot password. So class forgot password event extends auth event. Yeah, and we have the constructor. Copy this, paste. We have final string email. So we can, since it's just one of them, so we could just use optional positional params rather than optional, and we can override this object. Not object since it's a string. You could go ahead and make it object though, but I prefer to put the actual type if it's the same type across all the attributes. We have the update user event. If I spelt that right, I think I have. Sends auth event. Constant update user event. What are we going to wrap for this? I think it was a user action, so update user action. Yes, action. And we also need the user data. User data. So we're essentially collecting what you collect for each event will be the things you need in your repository. So if in your repository you're taking the email and password for the sign-in functionality. Now in your event, or if you were using a qubit in your function signature, where you're taking the argument, you'd pass in exactly the email and password for the event or for that particular functionality. So in our case over here, we no longer have just strings. We have different types. So it can either make this dynamic, or it can make an object that's nullable. In this case, it can't even be nullable. It could be nullable because we have dynamic over here. So you could go ahead and make it dynamic, which will include either nullable types, or you can go ahead and make an object question mark get props action user data. Here we could required this dot action required this dot user data. Let me see. Have I already asserted? Because I want to force this to either be a string or a file. It cannot be anything other than a string or a file. So this is just me protecting myself from myself. Let me see. Search. Have I asserted yet that this should? Yes, I haven't. So I'm gonna do just that. So assert. What are we asserting? We're asserting that the user data must be a string or the user data. So the user data must be a string or a file. And what is the message? Let's make it this way. User no. User data must be either a string or a file. But was user data dot runtime type. So surely this would work. Hopefully, wait, what's the problem here? Constant can't be constant, so let's do that and close up the assertion. Put a comma, split the bill, move this down, reformat, and that's that. Now that that's done, let's go into our state and build out the state as well. So for this state, I'm going to move this here so that everywhere where we don't have any properties, we can just leave or we can ignore the override. Because if I left that override there, then I went on to class auth loading extends auth state. Now a loading state does not have any properties, yeah. So I'm just going to leave it this way, but it won't let me because it wants me to override. So I must override that. But then if I put that in the parent class, then the override is no longer required. So what's the problem? Add an override annotation, edit that. So you can see I can create empty instances, empty children or empty subclasses without having to override, because the parent class is already overriding for empty case. So now we have auth loading. After that we have class auth error. I usually prefer to put error in the last place, but sends auth state. Now the error will take the error message and it will override get props message. We can add a set of square brackets and we could go do auth error this dot message. Since it's just one property, we don't have to make it a named argument constructor. We just make it positional. So we have signed in state when the user successfully signed in, sends auth state. So the reason why I don't have a signing in, signing up, or dating user and so on is because I just want to use only one state for every authentication stuff. So every auth process or every authentication event will be using the same loading state, an auth loading state. I don't have the energy to do otherwise. Sign in will be taking this dot the user, so we can have final local user model. No, remember everywhere else we just use the static type, the what is it called, the entity rather. However, only in the data source do we ever specify that it will be the model. So we can get the list object, or since it's just the local user, you could go ahead and say list local user, get props rather, and we have the user. If the user is the same, then it's the same state. So we have signed up, sends auth state. Signed up returns nothing, so we don't care about the attribute. So we have class forgot password sent. So when they hit on that forgot password, we let Firebase handle the rest of it. Auth state constant forgot password sent. Class user updated, sends auth state. This also completes void, so there's no return type, so we can go ahead and user updated. Now remember that for the event, the class attribute or the class properties or its instance variables are what we get from the repository. So whatever arguments you need in your in that particular functionality. So what we do is we create events for each functionality in the repository. So we have the event for forgot password, for sign in, for sign up, and for update user. Now for each of them, you turn, so you're converting these things into classes. So the name of the class will be the name of the function. The um the attribute of the class rather will be the argument or the params from the function. Now you move over to your state and you do the same thing, right? So you create the states you convert them into classes again, yet again. So we're basically converting them into classes again. However, this time these classes are not states, they're not events, they're states. Now what is the difference? The difference is that this time, instead of making these into the attribute, we make the return value into the attribute. So sign in returns a local user. Now the attribute for a signed in state will be the local user. So we're essentially taking the repository's functionalities and converting them into both a state and an event. The same will happen in a qubit, just that with a qubit we no longer do that with a specific module. We don't create a different module to do that. We do all of that event stuff inside of the block. That is the only difference between them. So let's go ahead and test. And so no, we're not testing yet. Let's go ahead and make some changes in here. Set up the entire block, and then we can write the tests for the block, and then we can go ahead and implement the block as the rules of test-driven development call for. So now we can take final sign-in use case will be sign in. Remember, all of your dependencies should be private. Sign up will be sign up. Final forgot password will be forgot password. Final update user will be update user. Now we have required sign in, sign in. underscore sign in will be equal to the public sign in. We have sign up being equal to sign up. We have forgot password being equal to forgot password. Finally, we have the update user being equal to the update user. We can format the file. Now, let's go ahead and start the testing. We can right click new Dart test file, and that's no auth block. I hope that's correct. Yes, it is. Close that. I'm gonna save you the trouble of watching me create all the dependencies, so I'm gonna skip to that part. Now, what is our first test? Wait, sorry. Let's go ahead and do the setup. So we have elite sign-in use case. I'm also going to save the trouble of watching me write this boring code. So now, after setting these up, after setting up a block, what I usually do is after the setup, I add a teardown. So meaning that after each individual test, tear down the block so that the state of the block doesn't leak into the next test, basically. So I'm going to do that. Tear down, you write auth block or the name of your block dot close, and that basically works for me. I think I picked up this habit earlier in my testing career when I've ran into some issues with my test, and the only way that I could solve it was tearing down the block each time. So ever since then, I've been tearing down my blocks. Um, so now, remember that these use cases, most of them have params. So like they have special classes for their params because this is how we do it over here. So for that reason, it means that when we're stubbing our tests, yeah, we're going to be using these params. So when we're stubbing, for example, for the sign in event, we're going to say something like when, maybe like when a higher order function is calling the sign in use case. Now we have to say any, right? Because the sign in use case uses, you can see it uses a sign in params. So that way we need to go ahead and create a register a fallback value for this. Why? Because remember that I told you that with mocktail, when you're stubbing, if it's a primitive Dart type, for example, a string or an integer, you don't have to register a fallback value. It already has default values implicitly in mocktail, in the mocktail library. It already registers some default values for your primitive Dart types. However, if it's not a primitive Dart type, if it's a custom type that you've created, or it comes from a package or something, so far as it's not a primitive Dart type, you have to register a fallback value for it. So for each of our use cases that have these custom params, we have to register, and those two are going to be the think those are going to be the sign in and sign up. They both have these things here. So let's go ahead and create them. I'm not going to use the empty versions of them. I'm just going to create them. So let's start off from the test password. It will be equal to password. We're going to use this later. So that when we're checking if these things got called, we can check properly. So I think we have password, email, constant t, full name, constant t, the user action. So these are individual things that we're going to need. So the user action will be equal to password. Let's go with password. No, so update. You know what? I might as well just use the empty version. or not. There's no need to be lazy. So let's go ahead and create these. You could actually just go ahead and just directly create for example, just go ahead and create the say constant what was it? Update user. I think it was yeah. Sign in rather. The sign up params. It's going to be sign up params.empty. So you could go ahead and do that so that when you're acting, so because the reason why I'm creating these is because I'm gonna act. I'm gonna be like gonna have something that goes like auth block dot maybe dot add sign in event, and the sign in event is gonna ask for email and password. So I'm just gonna do this. But if you have already done it with the empty, or if you decide to go ahead and do it with the empty, then you can come back here and say the sign up params dot email. That way you can just simply do the same thing. I think this is even neater, so I'm going to do it this way. Or you could go ahead and create these, and in here you can just use t email, t password, and so forth, so on. So let's go ahead and do it the shorter way. So we could go with sign up params.empty. We can also have t update user. I think update user has params. So update user, yes, it does. And we're going with the empty version dot empty, and finally sign in dot empty. So that solves that. We could go ahead and register the fallback value. Now we don't want to have to register the fallback value each time we run each test. Why? Because each time we run each test, maybe for example, yeah, if we have to register, or say for example we're on the sign up event test, or on the sign up functionality test, then we don't need the update user params and the sign in param. So we don't want it to have to register all three of them over again. So let's just use setup all, register all of them once and for all, one time for every test. So register fallback value, and we can have t update user params, register fallback value t sign up params. The only difference between them is that register setup all runs once and it doesn't run again. It's like in its state, and setup is like a build. It's like the build method. It runs every time there's a change, or every time something changes. So we could go and delete this. Let's write our first test then, shall we? The first test will be the test that checks if the initial, so this is the first test that you always write for your block or for your qubit. The initial state should be the initial, so auth initial. Our initial state for the auth will be auth initial. We could go ahead and expect that the auth block dot state constant auth initial. This is actually going to pass because automatically the initial state has been set to auth initial. If we deleted this, I didn't write this bit of code, so I haven't failed any TDD principles of testing first before writing code because I didn't write that. It was also automatically generated. So let's run that test and see that it passes. Please pass, please pass. Go pass, go pass. Pass. Come on. Come on now. Right, that's taking too much time. No, right, there we go. After that, let's start with our sign in event. So we have the no, we could close this. Now, first test will be a block test. The block test will have type auth block and auth state. its description will say should emit auth loading and then signed in when sign in event is added. Now for the build, let's close this and format the file. So for the build, after doing stubbing, we're going to return the auth block. So we can go ahead and stub. We can say when sign up gets called with any params or any arguments that then answer with async constant write user. So let's go create a user at the top. So I think I only need that user in this group. I don't think anyone else is returning a user. So T user will be local user model dot empty T user. We can import yards and close this bit up. And what's your problem? Assignment to a variable of type void. Here's who. Oh, sorry, I called sign up in a sign in. Am I getting old? Am I getting too old? Maybe I'm getting old. Keep forgetting stuff. So after that we go act and we go with our block. Now the block we will act by doing block.add in this case because it's a block and not a qubit. So we can go ahead and say add and we add an event. So in this case we're adding a sign in event, and in this case we have t sign in params dot email and we have t sign in params dot password. What? It's not a constant? Alright, no problem. I'm sorry. Sorry for making it constant. I just love making stuff constant. This looks so nice. Right, that's that. Format, beautiful. So then we expect. Let me separate both of you. Separate these as well. So now, what do we expect? We expect that we return. What do we return? We return constant auth loading. And we also return a signed in user, the user. So let's run this test. We're in the ret phase, so this will obviously fail because it's the ret phase. Ret phase because we haven't implemented it yet. So the testing will have ret phase and then the green phase. Oh my! So you can see. So now let's go ahead and add the functionality for the sign event. Now when the sign in event called, we have to take in the sign in handler, which we're going to create. However, since every event is listening to the same loading state, now we no longer have to delete the auth event because now we're using it. So every time an auth event is added, remember, the auth event is the parent. So each of these are auth events. No matter their name, there are instances of an auth event. So anytime any of them gets added to the block, yeah, this will get triggered before their specific handler will get triggered. So whenever an auth event is added, so whenever you add any event at all, so far as it extends the auth event, this block will get triggered. Then after it gets triggered, it will check then for the specific event that was added. So if it was a sign-in event, the auth event will get triggered. Then the sign-in event will finally get triggered. So now whenever any event at all gets triggered, we want to emit an auth loading state because they're all listening to the same loading state. So no matter what event it was, emit an auth loading state first. Now inside of our handler for the particular event, we can omit the need to first of all emit an auth loading event, an auth loading state rather, before going on with our implementation of that particular functionality. So let's see how that works. Now we can go ahead and create a future void sign in handler. It's going to take an event. I think that's a sign in event, and it will take an emitter with state auth state as emit. Now, after that's done, uh, um, let's final result. I think this has to be async so that we can wait for that functionality to complete. So we can comma. So final result will be equal to await sign in and we can give sign in params with email as the events.email and the password as the events.password. Now, we have to verify that the sign in got called with the same email and password we passed to the event. Let's go to our test and verify that. So we have to verify. So when we call this event, what email and password got passed to the testing event? It was the tSignin params email and password. So we have to verify that when the signing use case got called, that it got called with the same events. All right. So it got called with the same events attribute or the same events value. So let's go do the verification, verify, and that gives us a block which we never need. Now, put a comma at the end of it so we can verify that when the sign-in got called, that it got called with a sign-in params that used the same tSignin params.email and also used the same tSignin params.password. So what we're essentially saying is make sure that when this gets called, it got called with the same um, arguments that got passed to the event. So that's what we're doing here. But however, we can see that this is actually the same as the test sign-in params property. So let's just go ahead and say that make sure that the sign-in params that it got called with RT sign-in params because it's basically the same. We don't have to write a lot of code if we don't have to. So let's close this up. And let's make sure that it got called only once. And we can verify that no more interactions happened with the sign in base. So now we've written that test. So let's go ahead and make it. So I've tested it. I've written the test for that to make sure that it always gets called with the same thing. So when we change this and we no longer use what was given in the events, then that test will fail. You can go ahead and change it to something else and try to run that test. But I've already done that in a previous session. So let's save the results. The result was that. No, the result ends here. So it will be results.fode. And we have the failure. No, we haven't actually implemented the failure yet. So how am I going to do this? So when there's a failure, we ignore that because we haven't tested for failures yet. Yeah, so null. We only wrote the case where it's success. So when a user is returned, we can emit signed in, and the user will be the user. Boom. So now you can see that we no longer had to emit a loading state first before we went on to emit the rest of them. So now this is it. The test should pass because we've written enough for the test to pass. Run. Please run again. Let's see that test pass. It passes. So let's go ahead and write the case for initial state should be yeah, whatever. Let's go write the the test for, let me close these up, event and state, auth block, go to test, and we're here. So let's write the test for failure when when something's wrong or when something goes wrong. And that would be close, where is my auth block? Close build, act, expect, verify. Boom. Where does it end? It ends here, yes. Is that right? Yeah, that is right. So I'm going to copy the header because I don't want to have to type that over. So this should emit auth loading and then auth error. So was it called auth error? I think when sign in event is, or when sign in fails. When sign in succeeds. Now we can build. Now for the build, we could go ahead and stop and say that when the sign in use case gets called with anything at all, then answer async with a left, and we have to create a server failure. I think we're going to use a server. We're going to return a server failure for almost every failure because we have a lot of other blocks, a lot of other events to test. So let's just go and create a constant server failure at the top. Let's just create that right after this. So constant t server failure. And the message could be maybe I think the last one that I did was user not found. This is how Firebase exceptions look like, and it was there is no user record corresponding to this identifier. I'm not sure if this is correct, so you could check. You could just write whatever message you have, but I think this have been deleted. This is the only Firebase message I remember, so I'm just using that here. I'm stealing that. No, this is rather status code message. Yeah, what's the problem? Should it be final rather? So final, yes. Okay, that works. Let's cut this. Save this much. So return me the C server failure. And then you can return me the auth block. Add one more comma. Yes, this is formatted properly as well. So that's done. Now, for the actual test, where is it? Build end here. So we can act. Now the action gives us the block that we've just returned from the build. We can use that block and add a constant sign. Let me just copy this over from verify to act. The only difference will be over here where the auth error should be equal to, we should make sure that the message should be equal to the t server failure dot error message. Remove the constant and we can verify that these actually got called. We're in the red stage, so when we rerun this, it will not work. The second test will fail. So yes, so we could go ahead and consider failure. So when the action fails, what happens then? So we could go ahead and return the emit auth error with the failure.error message. Boom. We can rerun the test and hopefully it passes. Yes, it passes. So that's it. I'm going to skip through and write the remaining BLoC tests. You can see them in the source code below. So let's go ahead and complete the remaining. So that's every test written and then passing. So this is sign up, sign in, forgot password, update user, and they're all passing. You can look in the source code. Don't understand how to write the test for them, any particular one of them. So let's move on then. After we've completed the BLoC and its implementation, so remember, write the test and then come implement the functionality. Write the test, come implement the functionality. So that way you can mitigate the errors, because if you go ahead and write everything and then you start implementing them, then when something goes wrong, it might be difficult to pinpoint where that issue stems from. So also, if you change after writing your test and your implementations, if you had to change anything in your implementation, always run your tests again. Every time you change something, for example, in the auth block, if something got changed over here, always go back to your auth block test and rerun it to make sure that everything still works the way you want them to. So that's it for the auth block. Let's go ahead and inject our dependencies. After that, we can go ahead and write the UI for it. Now, for the injection, dependency injection, we're going to go over to core services injection container. Now, we can see that in our init, we already have something here. So we're actually going to have to start another chain of SL, register, factory, so forth and so on. Now, what I usually do is I separate them. So, for example, this one caters to the onboarding. So, I create a separate function for the onboarding. So that would be future void onboarding init. So I'm actually going to make that private. Onboarding init, and it will be async, and we can do this, right? So we've done this for the onboarding init. Then we can go ahead and pull that in the main init, so we can await for the onboarding init to complete. Now we have a new one, the auth init. So we have auth init. So that way we don't have a messed up init that's long and messed up, because we have a lot of features. If you keep adding them to one place, then it's going to be very long. So, and it's going to be messy. So even with this way, you can go ahead and split these files. Split this file up with maybe part of the parts directive, so that way you can have maybe 10 in each file. So when it exceeds 10, you move it on to the next file. So that way you can still have them in separate files without having to worry about how to split the function. So this way it's better. Let's go ahead and start registering. So register factory for first of all the block, and the block will be the auth block, and it needs a lot of stuff. So let's go ahead and service locator, service locator, service locator. This means go ahead and for now find where I've initialized the service locator for that particular, for anything that has that type. So find me a service locator that has got a type of the sign-in use case. So in that case, we can register that service, we can register that service. So register lazy singleton. In this case, a sign-in use case. Okay, and the sign-in use case wants a repository. Let's import a sign-in use case, and we can go and do the same thing for, let's command D, Control D, sign up, forgot password, and update user. So sign up, forgot password. Is the use case? Yes, it is. And then update user. Is the use case? Yes, it is. And then finally, our use cases depend on the repository. The register leads a singleton. The repository will be the auth repository. Remember that the auth repository is a contract. It's an interface, basically. So we can't instantiate it. We rather have to instantiate its implementation. which takes a remote data source. However, because it's not the same as the type that this person is looking for, this person is looking for an auth repo, and we have an auth repository implementation in there. So we're going to explicitly state the type of it. So whenever you're looking for an auth repo, whatever type of auth repo you're looking for, always use the implementation. We also register lazy singleton for the auth remote data source implementation, which takes auth client, cloud store, and database client. And we can say whenever you're looking for the auth remote data source, always use this one. We can close. No, we're not done yet. We haven't registered the external dependencies yet. So let's go. Let me close this for now so I can format it. So I'm going to add another comma, format. Beautiful. So we can go ahead and register the last one. Register lazy singleton, where I'm registering for these are the auth client, the auth client, the cloud store client, and the database. Now for those, I have first off I have the Firebase auth dot instance. I have my register lazy singleton. I have Firebase firestore dot instance. I have register Firebase storage dot instance, and that's it. So I don't like the name of this. Let me rename it to rather init auth. Initialize the auth. I can rename this one to init onboarding. Let me go ahead and await init auth. That's it. So injection complete. Now, further down the line, where I'm going to have a lot more initializations to do here, because this app is really huge. There's going to be a lot of features. Now, as the features grow, we're going to have to inject a lot more into the tree, meaning that the import will actually grow. It will grow. It will really grow. Believe me. So in larger projects, it really grows up, and it sometimes takes even up to maybe hundreds of lines. So for that reason, I usually prefer to use the part directive to separate my main file from my import file. So these import will go away into a different file. Now I'm going to name that file injection container, and this one I'm going to name it injection container main. The reason why I'm naming the other one injection container is so that I can go ahead and just import injection container. So when I import, it will import the part file, and then the part file will contain the part of file. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm just simply going to call this one injection container.main.dart. This is how I usually do it. Now I'm going to have a different one, a different dart file, which is the leader. So I'm going to name this one injection container, and then paste all of my imports. And then after that, I'm going to say part. So part of you will be the injection container main.dart. Okay, what is your problem? Yeah, so now in the injection container main.dart, I'm going to have a part of and say that the injection container main.dart is part of the injection container.dart. So this is it. What is your problem? You need a new line. So no matter how big this grows, we can still make this start from line 5 or something, or line 1 if you remove, or maybe line 3 if we remove all the spaces, but still we have a shorter file over here. So this will actually grow. This will actually grow. However, the reason why I've named this injection container is so that when I'm trying to import the SL, I will directly import the injection container, right? Because this is the first file. So we import the injection container, will include the injection container main.yard. If you don't understand how part files work, you can go to the Riverpod tutorial where we built a to-do app with Riverpod, link in description, and you can understand how part file or how the part directive works. If you also look in most of your so yeah, over here this is already failing. Let me remove this. Yeah. So if you also look in most of your blocks, every block actually uses the part and part of stuff. So part and part. We just use it to reduce. Personally, I just use it to reduce the length of a file of a module if it gets too large. So init is also having issues. We can remove the main because the main is only a part of the injection container. So we close this up. Now we can go ahead and start building out the UI, the user interface. I've run the application and we can see the app. So after we click on get started, we want to push the user to the correct screen. So if they're already signed in, then we take them to the home page. If they're not, we take them to the sign in screen. This might not make a lot of logical sense but assuming that the person who sees the onboarding is a first time user, meaning they've just installed the app on their phone, on their device, because there's nothing in the shared preferences cache. So then that means they're probably not signed in, right? So from the get started, we want to take them directly to the, to the sign in instead of checking whether they're signing in or not, because we already know they're not going to be signing in. But however, shared preferences is also a code written by someone. So it could fail. It could be that this person is actually signed in, currently signed in, but then the shared preferences failed to find its cache. Maybe something went wrong with a package, and that happens. So in that case, we don't want to have to re-log in the user because user was already logged in. So in that case, we just recache. So already in the get started, we can see that how the get started works is we just cache the first timer, and in the onboarding screens block handler, we check if the user has been cached successfully. So I don't even see the point of the checking if the onboarding status is first timer or not in here because we have to do that in our router. So inside of our router, we want to check when the person starts up the app for the first time. Remember, I told you that the ungenerated route will first of all check for the forward slash. The forward slash is what it checks for first. So it will first of all send a forward slash to our router. Now our router will look through and find someone that's got a forward slash. In this case, it's our onboarding. But we don't really want this to be the onboarding, our forward slash. In our router, we want to be able to check with our shared preferences and say shared preferences dot check if user is first timer, or just fetch me the user and see if they're a first timer. If they're not a first timer, then push us to maybe the onboarding, or if they're the login or the home page, depending. So we want to do all of that logic in here, right? So in that case, we don't want to use only the route name, the onboarding screen as our forward slash initial page. But before we can even do any of those things, I know it sounds confusing. Before we can even get to it, let's build out the pages first, the pages that we're going to be using. So not a Dart test file, I want an actual Dart file. It will be in the views, and we have the sign in screen. And so now we have to import material, and then we have our stateless. So I'll make it stateful. Yeah, we're actually gonna need some text heads and controllers for our form. So I'm gonna make a stateful widget. The stateful widget. Sign in screen. Now over here, I'm actually going to define a route name. It's gonna be / sign in. Yeah. I'm going to do the same for a new page, new data file, sign up screen. Import material, stful, but sign up screen. After the sign up screen, we could go constant static constant route name is sign up. Yes. So we've got both the sign in and the sign ups. Now, should I create a home as well? Yeah, let's go ahead and do and create whatever the home page or should it be dashboard rather, or the dashboard, because remember in the UI design that we have a general dashboard and then we have navigator, a bottom nav bar at the bottom. So for that reason I want to have a dashboard and then have a home page, something like that. So let me go ahead and create the dashboard. So I can have source new data file. That will be in the dashboard, presentation, views, and we have dashboard. Now for the dashboard, I can have import video. In the dashboard, I'm going to be setting some statics. I'm going to be forcing some constraints on this application. So I'm going to make that a stateful widget for that reason. So you'll see the reason for that later. I'm going to call this dashboard. Yeah. Dashboard rather. Dashboard. Yes. So after that's done, we can go ahead and define static route name will be equal to the dashboard. Yes, done. Now we've got three of them set up, three of our possible initial screens set up. Let's head over to the router and then build out what could be our routing. So for that, I'm going to just go over to the router. Now, the first case will not be the onboarding screen.name. The first case will rather be the /. Yeah. So now, after the generate route gets called for the first time when the main dart gets run, it's gonna add it's going to check for the / first. When it checks for the /, we're going to do our own checks. We're going to say final prefs will be equal to the SL, meaning in the service locator. Remember, we already registered a service from shared preferences. When we go in here, we can see we registered a service from shared preferences over here. So once you register anything in any of the inits, in any of the register lazy singletons, it will be available throughout the rest of our application. So we don't have to go ahead and register a new shared preferences again. So we can have the SL to provide the service locator to find us any shared preferences. We can use that instance of a shared pref. This is convenient because normally you'd have to await shared preferences.get instance, await shared preferences. But since we've already awaited for it during the initialization of the application, we no longer need an asynchronous function because this can't even be asynchronous. If we made this async, then it would fail, right? There would be errors. You could see there's errors, and when you change this to a future, the main.dart will fail because the main.dart is looking for not a future, a route dynamic. So let's go on with our check. So now we return, after the prefs, we return a page view builder. Now in the page view builder, in this place where we have this context, let me cut off the block provider. So this is for our onboarding. I'm going to cut this off and remove the arrow syntax. Now in here, we want to do some serious checking. So if the prefs dot get bool, I think I had key first time. Was it first timer key? Yes. If prevs.getAbleKey first timer key is null, change it to true, meaning they're a first timer. So if this person, if the shared preferences doesn't find anything, meaning it's null, then use true, meaning they're a first timer. If it finds something, however, then use that thing's value. So when that happens, when they're a first timer, we return this onboarding keeper. Else if they're not else if they're not a first timer, or else if they're not a first timer, we actually also want to check if the user is currently logged in already before we push. So if the user is logged in, we want to go over and push them to, I think we want to push them to, where do we push them? Where do we push them? We push them to the home page, the dashboard, and if if they're not logged in, however, push them to the sign in. So for that reason, we're going to be using the Firebase Auth, and we've already registered an instance of a Firebase Auth. So you could go ahead and do this, or you can just use firebase.instance.whatever. But I'm just going to do this. Current user is not equal to null. Then we can get our user. Yeah, so this is our current user. We can make sure that that's not null, because it's not null. Then we can say that final local user. Now we're trying to set our local user. Yeah. So we could go ahead and say that when that is a null, we want to create a local user and set the local user generally, right? We want to so remember how Firebase works. Firebase, when you sign in or you log in, it creates a current user and adds it to the Firebase instance. So wherever in your application, wherever you are in your widget tree, and you need to use your current user, you can go ahead and say Firebase auth current user, and then you can find that current user because they've saved it globally. Now we want such a functionality in our application. We want a functionality where we can save a global user. We can save our user globally, basically. This is what I'm trying to say. So, so that across the application we can access the user wherever we want to. Now, for that reason, we're going to use the provider. Okay, so remember I told you that I'm going to use provider for minor state management, exposing things across the entire widget tree, um, abstracting state as well. But then I'm going to use BLoC for interlayer communication, basically. So for this reason, I'm going in my common new Dart file. I'm going to create an app providers. In my providers, I'm going to have a user provider. Now I'm going to make this. I'm thinking about making this a singleton. Yeah, but I don't think there's any point making it a singleton, since if I actually register this here, if I actually registered this in my main.dart, if I come here and I wrap this with a chain notifier provider and I register that here, then it will be the same instance across my application. So there's basically no point making it a singleton. I'm just going to go ahead and make it a singleton just for the fun of it. So class user provider sends chain notifier. Do you know what? I'm not going to make it a singleton. That's too much work. Let's just provide it across the entire application. So it will take a local user model, and that will be a private user. And the local user model has a getter user. It will be equal to the new user. Now we can initialize this and set the user. Yeah. So the initialization will be the first thing that we do. The setting the user might happen when something changes, maybe when the user changes or something. So I want to have both initializing a user and setting a user. So the init user is what we will run at the first time that we get a user. So init user, if user is not equal to the user, we might end up not having to use the set user, but I'm just going to put a setter after that. So if the user is not equal to the user, then we just want to do user will be equal to user. One line. I can also delete this and make this just one line of code. No, I can't because I have an if statement. So then, we can create a setter for our getter. So local user model, user, if user is not equal to the user. So this is what happens when maybe the user changes. Maybe we log out and log in or something, and the user has changed. Then we can go ahead and set the user. So we could set the user, yeah. So user is equal to user. However, what if this change happened when the widget tree was already building? Maybe something has changed in the user's data. So imagine when we update our user, remember we have an update user function, so we can update a user's email. When that happens, we actually want to reset the local user that we have generally, this user. Yeah, so we want to reset that and use the Firebase's new email or our user's new email to update this one. Now, when that happens, we want to notify listeners, yeah, so that our homepage can rebuild because our homepage displays, for example, user's image, user's name. It displays a lot of information about the user. The profile page also does the same thing. So when that happens, when there's a change in the user's data, we want to update the UI by notifying listeners. However, if we just run the notify listeners, imagine that your page was already building. Imagine that something was already going on in your page. What I personally do to prevent such a case, because that would actually throw an error, it would throw an error saying that you called notify listeners when the page was already building. So in order to avoid such errors, I usually give the page enough time to load before I actually do my thing. And in order to do that, I learned to do duration.0. So future.delayed duration.0, we can go ahead and add something to get called after 0 duration, and that will be notify listener. However, after doing this, you're going to see that my linter will scream at me to tear this off. Yes. So I could just simply replace this with a simple tear off. That would still work. So we've created our user provider. Yeah. So this user provider will provide the user down across the widget tree. Now, after I've created my user provider, I have to go ahead and inject it into the widget tree. And I want to inject it so high up in the tree that it gets provided down the down like across the board, so that I don't get different instances of it. So for that reason, I'm gonna go all the way high up to my material app, and I'm gonna wrap this with a chain notifier provider. So let me use the widget change notifier provider. So I'm gonna do this here, and we create. Our creation will be we create the user provider. After passing that there, that should provide it down our widget tree basically. And we can go back to, where do we go back to? We could go back to our router. Now, after we check and we find out that this person is already logged in, yeah, we simply want to push them to the dashboard. However, when we're pushing them to the dashboard, we still need the user's information. So for that reason, the reason why I'm not going to be using the current user on the dashboard is because we have over here we have stuff like the profile, no, not the profile picture. We have something like the bio. The bio is not available here in the current user stuff. Yeah, so for that reason, if the user's already signed in, then we totally just take them to the dashboard while going on to say that the local user will be a local user model, and we can initialize it and use the user.uid. Email will be user.email. If it's not, we use an empty email, and the pointer will be 0. The full name will be, let's see, user.displayName. If it's empty, we use that, empty. So after we create our local user, we could go ahead and say context.read user provider .init user, and we pass in that local user. Now, yeah, the context right here. Now remember that we're going to be using this user provider a lot across our widget tree. So we want something like this. We want something like what Firebase has, where you can do Firebase auth.instance.current user dot, and you just get the current user. We don't want to have to do context.read.user provider dot user before we get our user each time. So for that reason, I'm going to go over to my extensions, and I'm going to create first of all the user provider. So user provider, user provider will be get user provider. We will get that by saying this dot or read, just read, and we can read the user provider, and that's it. So the read, we have to import provider. Now for the user, however, so a local user get use, no, it has to be nullable. So sometimes our user can be null. So parent user, parent user. We can go ahead and use the user provider dot user, and that will return as our user, right? So sometimes it can be null. So when we're accessing this, we can just go ahead and say context dot parent user, context dot user provider. So in that case, over here we could go and use context dot user provider dot init user, right? So that's short, a lot shorter and a lot more succinct. So after that's done, we can go ahead and return our dashboard. Because we have a provider, we don't have to pass in that user in here. The dashboard could just access it from the provider that's above. So after all of this is done, else, so wait, over here we have to return this. So we have to return the BLoC provider. Else we don't no longer even need to add the else because we're returning in each case. So else we return the sign-in screen. Now the sign-in screen, remember, uses the authentication block. So remember what I told you, that we inject the block to the particular feature that needs them. In this case, the auth block, we're directly going to inject this here. So we create. So instead of creating the auth block in the main.dart, you inject it directly into the class that needs it, and this is where we initialize our sign-in screen. So we inject it directly here. So service locator of an auth block, and then you find me, its child will be constant sign in screen. Yes. So this is how our forward slash will work. So it checks if there's a saved user. If there's a saved user, it will go directly and check if the user's logged in. If the user's already logged in, then it pushes them to the dashboard. If the user's not logged in, it pushes them to the sign-in screen. So this is how our little thingy would work. However, I actually think that in the application there will be cases, for example, after the user logs in or logs out, there will be a case where we have to push back to the sign-in screen or the sign-up screen. So for that reason, I'm also going to register the sign-in and the sign-up screens specifically on their own. So case sign-in screen. So that way we can say sign-in screen dot push navigate to dot push named and or push replacement named or whatever, and we can directly push them here. So for that reason, for these ones, we can return a page view builder, a page builder rather, not a page view builder, and we have an underscore for the context because we're not going to be using that. For this, we can return the BLoC provider. This is for sign in, so we can return this sign in. Yeah, so that should work. BLoC with our authentication block with the settings, got a comma, remove the semicolon, close this, and that's it. We can go ahead and do the same for sign up. So sign up screen dot route name. We could go do sign up. Sign up also uses the authentication block. So and then finally we have the dashboard. I don't know if we're ever gonna specifically push to the dashboard, are we? I'm not sure, so but I'm just gonna save that either ways in case we ever need to do that. So dashboard.route name. we can return the dashboard, and that would be the return page builder. We can return constant dashboard, and this, if you're wondering what that P0 is, I think the P0 is the parameter 0. They add that as the default name for the argument if you haven't put anything in there. Also, if you notice over here, I just said build context without adding the name of it. Yeah. So if you've added the name of it, it will replace when you auto or when you hit tab on that code suggestion, it will rather use context over there. But when you omit the name, it will use param 0, param 1, param 2, param 3 if you have more than one. So forth and so on. So that's how it works. So let's go ahead and close this and then restart the application. No, so that let me change the UI code so that we can know exactly where we've been pushed to. So in the sign in, I want a center scaffold, or a child rather. Will be a text widget centered. Child will be text, and it will say sign in. And its style will be theme.off. I think I've already saved the context to the theme. Context.theme, yes. I've already saved that to the extension, so we could just say context.theme dot text theme, and we can use the body large. Boom. Remove this. No colons. We have this, so done. We could copy this. Copy. Move on to sign up. Delete you. Import this. We have sign up. We could go to the dashboard and do exactly the same thing. Douche. No, I'm not deleting that. We need it. Close. Yeah, so let's restart, and it should bring us directly to the onboarding because we haven't saved anything yet. So the moment we hit get started, we want to see this move us over to the appropriate screen. So let's see what happens. Perform your hot restart, and that's taking too long. Taking way too long now. Boom. I'll see how that. Alright, so it's done. Let's hit get started. Hopefully nothing breaks. Please do not break. Yeah, so I've hit get started, so this has saved. However, in the onboarding screen, I haven't handled this case. Yes, oh my. So the case where so now I don't think we even need this anymore because we're handling the navigation over in the router. So we don't need to do this onboarding status stuff, but we're going to leave it there just in case. Remember, like I told you, the shared preferences might fail, so it will push us here. So when that happens, we can just check again or something. I don't know. So push to the appropriate screen. So if user is cached, we want to go to navigator dot push replacement named, and we want to push to the /. Remember, we've already handled the / in the router, so we don't have to come here and check if this is empty or that is empty. No, we've already done all that in the router, so we can go ahead and just / it. Now, when I hit get started again, hopefully this works. Where's my hot reload? Where is hot reload? Hot reload is missing. So I've only got it here. Why have you put that there? So, So where is this? What has it pushed me to? It's pushed me to home. Have I got a home though? I don't think I have a home. Where is this? Sign in has got a text widget in the center. You've also got something in the center. And you've also got something in the center. So you got copy with color, colors dot white. Let's see. Yes, so we're in the sign in screen. So now this works right now because we did a hot reload. But then remember that we've only added the functionality for after we hit get started for that navigation. So we have to test that and make sure that that works. So I'm going to uninstall the application from my device and reinstall it so we can start from scratch so that we could see if that works. So I'm going to stop this, go ahead and uninstall it. So see you when I rerun the application. Okay, I've restarted. I've uninstalled and restarted. So let's hit get started and let's see that take us there. So I need a way to show the user that something's saving. So on the onboarding, let's go back to the onboarding. On the onboarding screen rather, when it's loading, so I've not added a loader yet. So how do we know that it's loading? This is caching first time. We have a loading view, so why isn't it working? So if state is checking if user is first timer or state is caching first timer, let me debug print. I don't care because I'll actually have to reinstall the application for that to work. So I don't care anymore. So let's just go ahead and build out the sign-in screen. So now we know that that works. So let's restart the application to see if the router will take us directly to the sign-in screen instead of flashing the onboarding before handing us over to the sign-in. Let's see how that works. Performing hot restart. I'm not going to cut this because I need you to see when it loads up so that it doesn't look cut. I think that's done. I think that's loaded. Yeah, but I think that's loaded. So that's loaded. You could see that it didn't even flash. It didn't show any flashes. So it just goes directly to the sign-in screen. It doesn't come here then redirect or reroute to the sign-in screen. So let's go ahead and build out our sign-in screen, our sign-in UI. Now we can close down the rest of them, go back to the sign-in screen and delete this placeholder. Now first things first, you already know how this works. We need some controllers, so let's go ahead and get our controllers. Copy that twice. I think, no, this is sign-in, so we only need email and password. So password controller. Now we can return. No, before this even, we actually have to dispose them. So override void dispose. Now I also need to authenticate my form. So I'm going to need a validator, and for that reason I'm going to need a form. And for that reason I'm going to need a form key. So I'm going to add the email controller.dispose password controller.dispose, and then I'm going to create my key. My key will be let's make these final. So this could be final. I don't even need the type of it. Be final as well. Over here I can add final form key will be equal to global key form state boom. And yeah, over here we need super.dispose I've actually never thought about this. Do we dispose form keys or cancel them? No, we don't. There's nothing. There's barely even any functions for it. So we're safe. Super.dispose, and then we return a scaffold. This scaffold will have an app bar, and its app bar is just going to be empty. I actually need the app bar to push the UI down. So we have our app bar. We have our background color. Background color will be colors.white. Maybe I don't need the app bar. I don't know. To delete that, just use maybe a safe area or something. Now the body. Now for the body, remember that we have a BLoC, so I'm just gonna add the BLoC right away. So BLoC consumer in case we need it. If we don't need it, I can simply remove it. Auth BLoC, auth state. Now I can import you lot. Are you imported? I think they're already imported. So yeah, I can see the auth BLoC at the top. So now I have my listener. My listener will give me my context and my state. I don't need my context though. Now, what do we want to do with the context with the state when with the listener basically? So if the state is auth error, we actually want to show snack bar. For that, do I have a show snack bar saved somewhere? I don't. So I'm gonna go and create some utilities. Let me see if I already done that. No, I haven't. So I'm going to create some utility because this is actually going to be the same format that we use across the application. Whenever there's an error, whenever there's a BLoC error, we want to show snack bar and show that error. Now, I don't want to have to create the snack bar over and over and over and over again. So for that reason, I'm simply going to go into my core and create um, a snack bar shower basically. A snack bar display whatever you want to call that. Yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and create that. So we're going to go into core, minimize, common, where's it, utils. I'm going to have a new data file. I'm going to call that utils. You could go ahead and call that core utils to separate it from the rest of your utils. So core utils. Now in my core utils, I'm going to have the show snack bar. The show snack bar will go class core utils constant core utils. Make that private so we don't mistakenly. So static void show snack bar. No, it wants me to spell it with that type of casing. So build context, and then we have the string message. Now we can return a scaffold messenger dot of context dot remove. We want to first remove the current snack bar. I always do this whenever I'm adding a snack bar. I always remove whatever snack bar is currently there. So if a snack bar was already there and we had to trigger this snack bar, then we want to remove the previous snack bar and then add this one. So I'm going to close this up, delete this, go to the next line and start building out my snack bar. Now, how do I want it to look? I want it to be a floater. So its content first of all will be a text widget. Message will be the message that we have. Style will be the constant text style. And since I actually want the snack bar to have a background color of like our primary color, which is around some blue, some beautiful blue. So meaning that its text should actually have white rather. So I'm not sure if snack bar has a foreground color. I should have used that, but I don't care right now, so I'm just going to use colors.white, and for the font weight, I'm going to use bold. Whoa, that's long. So we have our text for the content, and we have our behavior. The behavior will be floating. We want a floating snap bar. We don't want one that's touching the corners. The background color will be our primary color. Yes. And then the shape will be around it's been so long I used around the rectangle border. The border radius will be circular. and its radius will be 10. Let's use 10. It's pretty decent. I think this can fit in one line. No, it can't. So margin will be constant edge insets dot symmetric, and we have horizontal 10. Or let's just make everywhere 10 or 10, because I was thinking about making this part 20 and the other part 10, but I think 10 all over will be great. So this is basically my snack bar. Let me remove the Cupertino, and then we have our core util. So I can go back to my sign in, sign up, sign in, whatever, and go core utils dot show snack bar. Show snack bar. Now we give it the context, and the message will be the state.message. Remember that the auth error state has a message. It has a message nested inside of it. So my mouse has disappeared, unfortunately. Give me a bit to fix my mouse. Alright, and we have our mouse back. So let me... No. Where was I? Yes, we were right here. So if the state is an error, show a snack bar with the error. Else if we've successfully signed in. So if we've actually signed in successfully, we actually want to leave this place. But then before we leave here, we want to context.read user provider .init user, and we have the state.user. Now we initialize the user with the state.user. Let me see. Yes. So what is your problem? Argument type local user can't be assigned to parameter type. User model. Our init user is expecting a user model. Oh yeah, so we can just go ahead and say it's local, because we're sure that our remote data source will always return a local user model instead of the normal model, instead of the entity rather. And we can go ahead and say navigator.push replacement named, and we can have the context, and the route name will be our dashboard dot route name. So now we've already registered the dashboard in our router, so there's no point going back to our router to try and register it. You can see over here we have in the router. So the dashboard is set. So when that's done, go over to the router. Now let's go ahead and build out the actual body of the sign-in page. So we have a context and we have a state. We can expand to right. Now we're going to return a graded background, as we've already created before. Now it would take image. Let's swap these out. Don't like that this comes first. Let me swap this out with this. Child could be the last. So let me try that again. Gradient background. Yes. So I'm going to use the auth background. Yes, the auth gradient background. And for the child, remember that I wanted this to be in a safe area, so I'm going to use a safe area. Add another comma. Now at the child of my safe area. Now what have we got? I've got a list view, because I have a long UI to build. Tile. We can shrink wrap this. True. Padding should be around. I'm going to use the symmetric one with horizontal only 20. I think the vertical should be grey. If it's not grey, I'm going to change it and add some vertical padding. I don't think I need it. Now it's children. The first thing I will have will be the text title, and it will say easy to learn, discover more skills. Now I'm going to have a style that's text style. My text style will have font family. Let's use a Nick. Font weight will be W700. Font size will be 32. And that's it. Save. Here, yes, beautiful. Next up, after the text, let me find that and cut and nick that in a butt. So where I'm going to have a size box to separate them, height 10. Then I'm gonna have a row to have I want that row to contain both my other mini text, which will be like sign into your account, and then I have other text that's not a text rather, the other button that's gonna be like for if you already have an account, or sorry, if you don't have an account, register, and then it redirects them to register or whatever. So let's go ahead and build that out. Got comma. Now, I will have, first of all, mean access alignment, because I want the sign in to your account to be here, and the button to be all the way to the end, so space between. Children will be, I have my text. Sign into your account. Style. Text style. For the style, this style, we're going to use the pop-ins, but remember, we already registered pop-ins in our main.darts theme when we were theming the application. So let's go ahead and omit the font family and just go with the font weight. We will use the font weight. I think 400 should be okay, so that's already the default. So let's just use the font size. Font size 14. I think the default was 16, so if it was 14, then we could also leave the style altogether. I don't remember the default font style with Flutter, so I'm going to leave this as it is. So we have this. Now, finally, I have my text button. Now, my text button, I have my onPressed. OnPressed of this, I want to push them to the navigator.push. So when I push them, do I want them to be able to come back to the sign in? No, because there will also be a linker or a redirect button and a sign up as well that will lead them here. So we can push replacement named, and it will be sign up screen.route name. Now its child will be a text widget, and we have our register account. What's your problem? Child. I've added child. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, now in the UI, you can actually see that we have the register account. It's not directly on the same line as this. It's right below it a little bit. So in order to achieve that sort of look, we could use the baseline class. So we can wrap actually the text button with a baseline. So wrap with widget, baseline. Now our baseline will be about 100, so come on, baseline will be about 100. Let's give it 100. What's the problem? Sign up screen state. Don't know what baseline is, really. Oh, baseline. Oh, Flutter. Baseline will be 100. What's the problem again? Baseline type. So we want the type to be, I think it's alphabetic or something. Alphabetic. Yes, alphabetic. You can see that gets skewed by about 100 to the on the x-axis. So after that we have the forms then. So minimize the row, constant size box. I can just copy the size box over. No, that would cut it. Let me copy, paste. Now I don't want to have to mess up my UI. This is already getting about 100 lines. Let me abstract the form into a different widget. Let's do that. Let's abstract the forms into a different widget. So that way, this is a lot neater. So let's go ahead and create maybe like a constant sign in form, and maybe we can pass in the controllers. But then let's go into our presentation, new dart file, widgets, sign in form dot. We don't want to add that to Git. I could go ahead and import material, stateless or stateful, sign in form. Now in the constructor, I'm actually going to take my controller as my key. So final text editing controller will be the email controller. And we also have the password controller. Then I have my final global key form state form key. Now the reason why I'm taking the key is in here I'm going to wrap this directly with a form, but in my sign-in screen I'm going to use that key to validate the button, the sign in button rather. So I'm going to take those in the constructor. It's going to ask me to put them first because we've got a linter, a beautiful linter. Add a trailing comma. Now in the sign-in screen I'm going to import this. Package import. Delete the constant. I don't think this could stay constant. So password email controller will be email controller. Will be password controller. Form key will be form key. Boom. Now we can go on to, wow, that's pretty placeholder. We go ahead and build this out. So we start with a form. Now the forms key will be the widget.form key. The reason why I've actually made it stateful is because we have to consider if we want to obscure the text. If we want to obscure the password, when it's a password, we want to obscure it. So for that, I'm going to have a bool obscure password. Set that to true. So by default, should it be false? Yeah, by default, it should be true because the password should actually be obscured by default. So child will be column. We have our children. Now for the fields, I'm going to create these fields, generic fields that we're going to use across the application. So I'm going to call this, what type of field should I call this? Let me go into my core common widgets, new Dart file. I'm going to create a text field. Let's call that app field. I'm just going to call that I field. Now, this is just creating our generic text field. You probably already know how to do that, so I'm just going to skip writing all of that. So I'm done creating the text field, but you can see over here that I've overridden or overridden the content padding. The reason why I do this in all of my text fields is because, let me go ahead and explain that. Is it overwriting or overriding? Whatever. So overwriting the default padding actually helps with by default when you leave a content padding and you don't edit it, your text field will be fat. It will be fat vertically. It will be puffy. It will have a puffy look. So it helps with that puffy look. Yeah. So the rest of them you already understand it. I've just added the field boolean, whether it's filled or not, the field colors, suffix icon, in-text text style, everything. I've added decorations, edited them. On tap outside, what happens when we tap outside of the text field? It will unfocus the text field. So the focus scope of our current context, I'm unfocus this text field, and you can also see I'm using a text form field. Why? So that I can use the actual valid data. Now I'm taking a boolean that is asking whether we want to override our validator, because by default I want to have a default validator that just checks if the field is empty. If the field is empty, then it will show an error that says that this field is required. However, what if I along the lines, what if I actually wanted to create my own or change the validator and not use the default validator? Then I can override the default validator. When I set that to true, then I can use the validator that I've passed in to the constructor. So that's basically all there is to this. We have keyboard type, obscure text, and the rest of them. So without further ado, let's go ahead and use our I field in the actual Java, in our actual here. So I field. Now my I field's first controller will be widget dot. I think the email should come first, obviously. So email controller. I have my hint text to be email address. I have my keyboard type to be email address. Not no a comma. Come on. Yes. And then hint text should go on the next on the same line. I field 1. We have a sized box of height 25. Const. Yes, so we have a second I field. Going to have a controller op, which will be the widget dot password controller. Now after this we have our hint text will be the password. Now the obscure text will be the obscure password at the top. Now we want to be able to toggle that obscure password, but before that, let's set the keyboard type to visible password. Now the suffix icon will be, let's use icon button so that we can toggle that. Now on press of this button, we want to toggle the state of that obscure password. Now when we tap on that, we want to set state and set the obscure password to be equal to the opposite version of it. So this is how you toggle in programming. we set its value to be the opposite of whatever it is. So if it was true, it will set it to false. If it was false, it will set it to true. This is how this works. Now after this the on pressed, what have I done? No, where is my set state? Oh, why? Is it this way? And then we have the set states then. This might actually be able to go in one line. Let's see. It will not. I don't think it will. Let's see though. Yeah, it didn't. So let's do all of that. Let our set state be. I think this is okay. I don't. Yeah, really. Icon will be an icon. That will be. So if the password is obscured, then we want a show icon. So obscure password. We want a show icon. From my UI design, the icon is actually not from the Google's material icon, so you can see it different than the Google's material icon, and that icon is from the Iconly package. So it's from a package called Iconly, which we added into our package. So I'm going to use the Iconly light.show, else Iconly light.hide. Now the color will be gray, so gray color. We could save this. We can see our sign-in form get displayed. Yes. So now we've got our sign-in form. Let's come back to our sign-in screen and continue building out the rest of this particular screen. So where are we? We're in the sign-in form. We can find that here. Yes. So we could go to the next line. So now after that, let's see what's next. After that, we have our forgot password and then we have the button. So now let's add sized box. 20. I think 20. Now we can use an align widget to align that forgot password all the way to the right. So we can go ahead and alignment. Center right. You can have child will be a text button. Then we have the on pressed. On top of that forgot password, we want to push them. Dot push named context. I want to push them to forgot password dot route name. Have I created a forgot password screen yet? Oh wow, so you can see that Firebase actually has a forgot password screen from the Firebase UI. So this is what we're going to be using. We're going to be using their version of the forgot password screen that they've already built, so we don't have to worry about creating all that UI. They also have a sign-in screen, sign-up screen. They even have an entire authentication UI, so you can go ahead and just use their entire UI. But we have our own UI from the UI designer who designed this app, so this is why we're building it out by ourselves. However, there was no forgot password in my UI, so that's why I'm using the default Firebase UI, because I'm not the UI designer. So if you leave it to me, I'm gonna fail woefully. So now the Firebase UI Auth already has a forgot password screen. Yeah. However, I don't think it has an ID or a route name. You can see it doesn't have any of those properties, right? So how do we then push to it? You will actually use the / forgot password. So we're creating our own route. You create your own route and then go to your router and create that, create or make that route work. So let's see how that would work. So now, so we have to find our router. You're wasting my time. Come back here, router. So in my router, You can also see that the router is getting pretty big. So I'm thinking of abstracting this as well. So this will actually get huge. So you can also go ahead and do the same thing here. Rename this to router main. But then let's just let me refactor rename. I don't want to change it. So current file. I only want to change it in the current file. So router.main.darts because refactor. And then I'm going to create a new Dart file called router. Now over here we can have a part which will be router.main.dart. Now in the router.main.dart it will be part of the router.dart. That's it. So let me go ahead and change my renaming style. So let's see. I want this to be here, and what was it before? I think it was, I forgot what it was. No, project files. It was either project files or raw files. I don't remember. Let's go ahead and change this to screen, refactor that, refactor rename, change it back to screen, refactor, do refactor. Yeah, that should work. So now in here, what is wrong with you? Defining the libraries, Auth block and the Firebase UI. Oh, so there's some conflict. So let's go and rename this and say as fire no as FUI Firebase UI. So we can say FUI dot. But I don't even think I need that Firebase UI. So there's no point doing this. I don't need it here. I only need it in my router. So in my router, this is router. I can go over to router main. Now in my router main, I can go ahead and register a case for forgot password. You can call this route whatever you want, but just make sure that you're returning the actual package's router from it. So you could go ahead and return page builder underscore. We can return the Firebase's forgot password screen. Where is it? This is it, yes. So we can return that. We can pass the settings. It doesn't even need the settings, but whatever, let's just pass it. So settings, put that in there, close, constant modifier. Now we're obviously gonna have an issue because the other one wants this type of stuff. So let's go ahead and add a FUI for the Firebase UI auth. So as FUI, so FUI close router.main.dart, we can go ahead and do FUI.FirebaseUI.forgot password screen. You can name that variable whatever you want. I just think FUI sounds neat. So, boom. Now we're back to our text button. So we have a text button. What we're building, the forgot password. So child will be constant text. Forgot password. Did you forget your password? That's it. So we can close down the align and save. Let's see. Work, please. Work. So let's hit that forgot password and see what happens. Yes, it brings us here. So this is the default that Firebase has built. You can also customize this actually. You can go ahead and customize it, but I don't want to customize it. You can come to your router main and it's got some customizations inside of it. It probably has, I don't know. But you could go, or you could just go read the documentation of it. It has a way, there's a way to customize this, but I don't remember how. So yeah, that's that. Um, We don't care in this video because we're not using it a lot. So when you enter your email, it will take your email and send a reset password. Or send a reset password event to your whatever. So we probably didn't even need the forgot password use case and all of that, right? Because Firebase UI, I forgot that I wanted to use the Firebase UI to build out the forgot password. So I went ahead and created the use case for it, but it's all good. It's all good. It was a good learning curve for us. So now after building out the forgot password, the next thing will be the sign in button. Now for that, where I'm going to leave significant space, so that will be about 30. Now for after that we will have, I think I want to do something. So now when we hit the sign in button, we want to convert that button to be a spinning loader, basically. So when the state is auth loading, yeah, we want to return constant center child. You can go ahead and make this its own widget if you want to. So maybe you can call that maybe loading button or loader button, whatever you want to call that. I'm just going to leave this way. Else, let's go ahead and return I think we've already created a button for the get started, so I'm going to use that one. Rounded button. No, I haven't. What was my get started button? Do not tell me that I created it in there. I actually create. Oh my. Here's my button here. So let me go ahead and abstract this. So I'm going to create a new button. I'm going to call that a rounded button. Let me go over to my common new dart file. That should be a rounded button. Now I'm going to speed this bit or skip this bit. Yeah, and let's see. So I've created my button. You can also find it in the source code, so don't worry about that. The reason why I'm speeding through most of the widgets is because this is not a Flutter specific Flutter widget tutorial, so I believe you already know how to build widgets as well. So boom boom, else return a rounded button. That button's label will have sign in. Its on pressed will be no, comma, yes. So now when we press on that button, first of all we want to unfocus. So if we had a keyboard that was up, we want to unfocus that keyboard. So for that reason we use focus manager dot instance dot primary focus dot unfocus. Now the unfocus is actually not going to work because the primary focus could be null. So if the primary focus is null, do not unfocus. Don't try to unfocus anything else. Unfocus, right? So when we sign in, we actually want to go ahead and, so for example, yeah, in cases where the user was already logged in and then they hit the log out button, it's going to push them to the sign in screen and they're going to have to sign in again. But in that state, sometimes the current user, so the Firebase auth.current user actually persists in the memory sometimes. So if you want to reset that, you have to use Firebase auth.instance.current user dot reload. So that will reload the user and set it to empty. So that way you can get a fresh user set up. Yeah, so the current user can be null. If it's null, then don't reload. If it's so in the case where it's a new sign in, it will be null. So we don't have to reload it, yeah. But if it's not a new sign in, then it probably sometimes it might not be null, so we have to reload that. So current state dot validate. I believe you already know how to use form keys to validate. So after that, we can now go ahead and add a sign-in event. So we're finally using our block. So we can go ahead and say context.read the auth block dot add a sign-in event. Now for our event, we have email controller.text.trim because we don't want any spaces before or after. We also want the password controller.text.trim. Boom. And what's your problem? Convert to an if element. So let's convert that to an if element. We can see how the linter, that was actually from the very good analysis package. So it helps us write better code. So you can see it changed the ternary operator to an if else statement. So which is a lot better and a lot neater. So anyone who reads our code can know that we're doing this if the state is offloading, else it will show this instead. So that's it for our sign in page. Let's save this. And this isn't centered. Oh my, oh my. Let me try and center the list view. So where's my list view? List view. I'm gonna wrap the list view in the center. Boom, center, centered. Yes, perfect. So Command O, alternate, Command alternate O, Command alternate L. So this works. So when we hit sign in, it should actually sign us in. And then after signing us in, we catch the signed in state here, and then we get pushed to the dashboard. So that's how this would work. So let's go ahead and try signing in a user. We don't have any users yet, but let's try, or let me see, let me show you. First of all, the validators work, right? Now, the email address will be blah blah blah, and the password will be blah blah blah. Done. We can toggle the password's visibility, and we can toggle that works. We can sign in. Now it turns into a spinning loader. It says invalid email. You can see that status code I told you about. Come on, stop. You can see that status code I told you about. Invalid email. The email address is badly formatted. So the status code when it comes from Firebase is actually a string rather. It's a string and not an integer. So we can also see that our custom formatter for our failure worked where if it was an integer, let me find my server failure. Where if it was a string, if the status code was a string, then it will not put the error text. Else if it was an integer, so for example 500, it would put 500 error and then write the message. Else it would just put the message up that way. So we can see invalid email, the email address is badly formatted. So boom, we can also go ahead and try it and write a proper email. So Firebase automatically handles email validation for us. So when we put a correct email, you can see an internal error has occurred, configuration not found. Wait, I haven't set up the configuration yet. So let's go ahead and create the configuration for Firebase email authentication in our application. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we're here for the setup. For the setup, we can simply go over to build. We could go to authentication. That should pop this up. And you can hit get started. We find email and password because this is what we're using. So we can go ahead and enable this. You can enable passwordless sign in if you want to. But I don't want that for this application, so we can save that. Yeah. After saving that, we can go back to our application and try to run the application to see if it recognizes that this has been added. So let's go ahead and run this. Yeah, so now the configuration has been done, and we can see the error message this time says user not found. There is no record corresponding to this identifier. The user has been deleted. The user may have been deleted. Now, if you remember, this is the same error message that I've been pouring out in the test. If you remember correctly, I've just been writing that everywhere in the test because this is the first error message that I always see every time that I'm testing my Firebase for the first time, my Firebase logins for the first time after setting up the configurations. So that's how Firebase configurations, that's how we set up the Firebase email config. You can go ahead and do whatever else you want to do. If you needed other sign-in methods, you can add new provider and it will pop that up. You can add, you've got a plethora of of providers that you can work with in your application. But for this app, we only need email and password, and that's what we've just done. So let's go ahead and continue building out our application. Now we're moving on to the register account, but before we do that, let's go over here and also test that this works. Let's enter a random email, and we can we're hoping that this will fail and tell us that the email does not exist in this server. So yeah, account does not exist, so we can go back, and that's it. So now we can go over to register account, which would take us to the sign up screen. So let's minimize everything and go over to the sign up screen. Close, 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 and then the sign up screen. Yes, so let's start building out sign. Now I'm going to delete the rest of these. Where is it? Placeholder starts from here. Delete. And there the trouble starts. So I'm simply gonna copy the other one over from here, from sign up screen. I wish I could just copy this entire thing and just change things in them, but that's really error prone and that's bad programming practice. But let's go ahead and use the email password. Now after the email and password, we have the confirm password controller, and then we have before that, let's have the full name controller. So that simply means we have two more to dispose. Confirm password controller dot dispose, and we also have the full name controller dot dispose. Now after that, we can go ahead and return our scaffold and start building out the rest of it. So return a scaffold. Yeah. Now the scaffold will have background color. Oh my, sorry. Colors.white. It will have a body that's similar to the body that we already had. So this is what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I know I said this is bad practice, but who cares? Who really cares? Let's copy this over. I don't think anyone cares if we copy this over at this point. Yeah, that was my charges. Sorry about that. So import the auth block. Now let's go ahead and format or edit the rest of them. So import the core utils, show message. After we sign up, so we're no longer listening for signed in, we're listening for signed up. So after a user gets signed up, what we want to do, no, I think we actually also need the signed in event, do we? So on the signed up screen, no, we don't need the sign in event. I don't think we do. Do we? Yes, we do. So this is why we do, because what I'm thinking about doing is after the user signs up, we don't want to push them back to the sign in to sign in with the new credentials they got. After a user signs up, we want to automatically sign them in. So in that case, we also still need this signed in listener, so that when a user gets signed in, we can know that they've been signed in, and we can leave this here. So after sign up successful, we want to call the sign in. So let's go ahead and do that. So else if state is signed up. So after the user gets signed up successfully, we want to start by adding a new event. So auth block, a new event to our block, and that will be a sign-in event. So we want to add the sign-in event again, sign-in event with the same email and password that they had. So email controller dot trim dot text dot trim. So and this will be password controller dot text dot trim. So this is essentially what we're doing. Let's later down the line we'll create a button that will sign the user up. After sign up is successful, we want to use the same credentials and sign them in, right? And then we catch the state of a sign in here. If the sign in was successful, then we push them directly to the dashboard, and that's where we get into our dashboard. So let's go ahead and build out the rest of the body. So the body, we maintain the gradient background. I want to also maintain Auth gradient backgrounds image to be our gradient. We have safe area center list view, basically the same. The only difference might be the content. So the first content will also be a text that will say easy to learn, discover more skills. I want to leave that be. My fonts, I'm going to use fonts Nick for that text. Now, I'm going to have my text that says my row that has my text that says, do I put them in a row this time? I don't think so. Let's see what it looks like. So let me see what the UI looks like. I can't remember properly. Yeah, so it's basically it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So we're actually gonna leave that in our row. I'm thinking about leaving it in a row, or I'm just pushing it to the next line. If I left that in a row, would that fit in? It probably might fit in, but I'm just gonna remove it from a row this time and just put it directly in there. So we have our text, sign, and then we have our little text button. I'm gonna copy that as well. Copied, close the row, and delete everything. So if we have our text, and then after the text we have the other thingy. So now we're gonna use the align widget to align the other text, the second one. So for the first one, I'm gonna change this to sign up for an account. So and then we have the text style to be the font size to be 14, and that's it, right? And then we have between them, and that will have a height of 10. I think 10 will be great. So let's go back to our main UI. Now we have a height of 10 between them. We have the text button. It should rather say already have an account. You already have an account, then what should happen? When you tap on that, it should take them to the sign in screen. Route name. Route name. Yeah. We also have the already have account, we have a size box, and then we have our sign up form. So for this, we're going to replace it with the sign up form. However, after that, we have the heights 20. We have our new text button that is also a spinning loader. So if it's loading, where is it? Where is my loading state? I don't think I need the forgot password because at that point they haven't done this yet. So I'm going to remove that bit. So because on the sign up, it means you don't have an account at all. So there's no password to be forgotten. So we have our rounded button, and we can go ahead and remove the reload because we're signing up for the first time. So there's no user at all. So sign up. No, actually we're going to leave that reload. Imagine, yeah, that the user has actually hit logout and they're trying to sign up for a new account. Yeah, so let's leave that way. So we put this to sign up. So in that case, we also want to reload. If the form current user blah blah blah, we want to sign up event, and for that we have email password name will be full name controller.text.trim. Now we have to go create a sign up form. I'm going to skip the sign up form creation. It's basically the same thing. Sign up form. So I'll be right back after I've created the sign up form because it's basically similar to what we already have. So I'm done creating my sign up form. The only difference is that I've added an extra confirm password field and I've also overwritten its validator. So its new validator will be to check if the actual confirm passwords validator, sorry, if the actual confirm passwords text is the same as the widget password, the actual password rather, not the widget password. Don't mind me. So we're checking if the confirm passwords field's text is the same as the actual passwords, fields, text. If it's the same, then we return null. So the validator passes. If it's not the same, then we tell them that the passwords do not match, basically. So this is how it works. And for this one, we leave the default validator. Over here, I actually want to override, where is it? The validator, we also want to add the override validator will be true. I think this would actually work even without that. So if override validator is true, then use my validator. If it's not true, yeah, I don't even need to specify the override validator because do I? This field is required, so it can't be empty, right? Yeah. So I should override it here because I don't even want the other one to run. So actually, how the default runs is it actually checks if it's empty. If it's not empty, if it's empty, then it will throw an error. If it's not empty, it will actually try to call the main validator. This is how I wrote it, right? It will try to call whatever validator that you've passed, and then it calls that validator and tries to run that validator, returns its value. If it fails, it will actually return a string. If it doesn't fail, it will return null, meaning everything is okay. However, we have an option to totally override the old validator, totally override it, and just run only our provided validator. So you can actually go ahead and provide a validator without overriding the default validator, so that way everything will run. So that's how this works. So in our case, we don't even want the field is required to run at all. Yeah. So that's why we're overriding the validator. So we don't want it to check at all if it's empty because we're already checking that for the password itself. Now the confirm password, however, will check if it's equal to the password. So in that case, we got everything covered, right? So let's go ahead and move back to our sign up screen and sign up form. Now we need one more thing, the confirm password controller. Confirm password controller. We also need the full name controller, which will be the full name controller. And that's it. So we command alternate O, command alternate L, control alternate O, control alternate L. We can save this and see the beauty that we've created. Boom. Oh no, that's not beautiful. That's not beautiful at all. I have to wrap this in an align widget. Center, I'm gonna oh my, no, sorry. Wrap it with a widget. Align. Where its alignment will be center right. Yes, so we can also see that hint of a gradient here, right? So you can see that hint, little, it's not too visible, but that's how the gradient looks like. So when we hit already have an account, it should take us back to the sign in. If we hit register account, it should take us to sign up, so forth and so on. And the forgot password works. The rest of them work. The sign up should also do the validation. You can also see this field is required. If we actually put Frodo, we tap outside, it will unfocus the keyboard. If we put a different thing here, in this case Freddy instead of Frodo, we can see they're both different. This is Frodo and this is Freddy. Done. We can see passwords do not match. But then if we leave this to be empty, then the validator no longer even concerns itself with it. So passwords do not match, yeah. So if we leave this to be empty, done, run, only this gets the validator. However, let me see what happens when we put one here and leave the other one empty. Read. Passwords do not match. So everything's working. We can go ahead and register our new user now. So let's register our first user and then let's get pushed to the dashboard screen so that we can. So what is our user gonna be called? Frodo. So we have Proto. The email address will be what email address should I use? We have to also test the forgot password. So for that reason, I actually need a real, like, an address that will actually I will actually be able to use. So for that reason, this video is not sponsored by them, but I'm actually going to go over to tempmail. Yeah. So tempmail.org. You can go over to tempmail.org and fetch an email. This video is not sponsored by them. Disclaimer. This is just where I fetch from my emails. So when you get an inbox, you can get in here. So we could go ahead and minimize this and put that email right here. Paste. Password will be 123456. 3D will be 123456. We can hit sign up and watch that sign you up. And after signing you up, it will automatically push you to the sign in. Not the sign in, rather. It will automatically push you to the dashboard because it will sign you in as well. What is wrong? It's not working. Is it? Something has gone wrong. I've made a silly mistake somewhere. But I don't know where. Let me see for my run. Oh, stream close of status permission denied. Cloud Firestore API has not been used. Oh. Remember that when we're signing up, we actually try to store the user to the Firestore. So now we have to go set up the Firestore as well for the sign in to be successful. So you can go over to build, Firestore database. We can create database. Start in test mode. Next. NAM5 United States. I don't care. Put that wherever you want. So as that sets up, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete the authentication. Yeah, why? Because I need to not enable Firestore for this project. Your location is set. What is the problem? How about Europe? Okay. Alright, so that was weird. I hit cancel and all of a sudden the Firestore database appeared even though it failed. Well, okay, Google. Google's messing with us, so let's go ahead. I've uninstalled the application, so let me go ahead and restart the application. Oh, I also need Firebase storage. Wait, give me a bit. Stop. I also need to set up the storage as well. So build storage. Configure the bucket. I've started the Firebase store, what the Firestore database in production mode. I think I did that. No. I hope I didn't start that in production mode. I will check the video and see if I started that in production mode or test mode. So the storage has also completed. I've checked the video, and yes, I also created the Firestore database in test mode. So yeah, we're set. We can go and copy the mail one more time. Come back to the application. Wait for it to start. It started, so we can go to get started. By the way, I deleted the application and started over. So we can go to register account and can have our full name as Frodo. We can have our email address to be what we've copied. Password 126. And confirm password will be 126 as well. We can hit done and sign up. And hopefully everything gets created in our storage and everything. No, we had a problem. Denied. The caller does not have permission to execute the specified operation. And that was from our Firestore. So write failed at users, blah blah blah, insufficient permission, permission denied. Let's see what's happened. So that was in the Firestore database. Let's see our rules. I would rather remove the if false. I think this should work. If false, publish. And let's see once more. I'm going to go back to my authentication users, delete this user, delete account, delete storage. Hopefully nothing got saved. Hopefully nothing got saved. Yes, nothing got saved. So we didn't even get there yet. So sign up once more. Yes, finally success. So we've been signed in and we've been pushed to the Firebase host. There is no user record corresponding to this identifier. User not found. No, that wasn't it. This is it. So we've successfully signed up and then automatically signed in as well. So let's go ahead and test the forgot password. So for now, we don't have a way to log out. So I'm going to restart the application and reinstall the application from scratch and run it again so that we can have a way to test the forgot password. The application has started yet again. So let's hit get started. And then we forgot a password. Forgot password. We can enter the same email. And we can reset the password. We've sent you an email with a link to reset your password. Please check your emails. We can go over to our temp mail and we can see the email appear here. No reply at education app Firebase. You can change all of these configurations in your Firebase. Again, that's not what this app's for. So follow this link to reset, blah blah blah. If you didn't ask to reset a password, you can also change this template and add your own stuff to it. So let's go ahead and run this for YWEP 47. So the previous password was 1 to 6. This time we're making it 1 to 7. So save. Now watch me log in with the same 1 to 7 password over here. So we can log in with the same YWEP 47 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When we try to do that with 1 to 6, it will tell us wrong password. But when we add a 7, it should successfully push us to the dashboard. Yes. So that's done. Now we can go ahead and start building out the dashboard. So that's it for authentication. So authentication complete, except for logout, however. But the logout will be part of maybe the profile section. That's for later.